Welcome back to the NASCAR Winston Cup pre-race show here on FX. The MBNA Armed Forces Family 400 will begin shortly. Plenty of horsepower on the track and plenty of military power at nearby Dover Air Force Base here in Delaware. 12,000 people actually living on the premises. As for NASCAR's big guns, the top 10 championship points standings. Matt Kenseth, his biggest lead of the season. The gap between Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr. widens a bit. Jeff Gordon among those shooting up. Harvick, Marlin, Rusty Wallace round out the top 10, even though they have not won a race so far this year. As we welcome you back to the Hollywood Hotel, we realize people that work in Hollywood, they make films that focus on everything from making it big to bouncing back from major disappointment. And that same storyline could apply to the movie that is this Winston Cup season. Most recently, we've had some drivers with award-winning performances and others who would like to rewrite the script.
Winston Cup point leader Matt Kenseth.
Big night for Matt Kenseth.
Stewart looks like he's slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, he's in trouble. I think he has a problem.
Something's wrong with Tony. Tony's got all the bad luck.
Jimmy Johnson, once he got the lead, it's like adios amigo.
Kind of like he did last week.
Ryan Newman didn't make it. Caution is out.
Not a happy camper, I gotta tell you that.
You can understand in a small way Ryan Newman's frustration.
I'll tell you one thing, Bobby Labonte is driving the wheels off his car right now. This year the 18's running great.
And Sandra had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Nobody loves me but my mother. And she could be driving too.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr., he was inching up to the top of points. He's gone back a little bit. But Darrell, you like what you've seen in him as a driver and a leader that says this guy could win a points championship real soon.
A number of things, Chris. First of all, this is a very emotional sport. Sports in general is emotional. So you got to be able to control those emotions in the car, out of the car. What I like about Dale Jr. is he's trying to elevate his team to what I believe is his level. He gets out of the car at Charlotte, goes over, starts working on the car. He gets out of the car here yesterday after the wreck and help him get the backup car out. He's trying to be a leader.
Yeah.
You're sitting right here watching the Budweiser outside the bumper cam, and the car comes around, he gets in the outside wall, had to go to a backup car. So it's like all of a sudden, Chris, and basically 3 weeks at Charlotte, I mean, the Winston, they had a bad weekend. The Winston, the 600 wasn't good. They get here to Dover, they struggled here, got in the wall. So to me, right now, they've got to stop this bleeding. They've got to step up, whether it's the crew chief, the driver. They've got to get back on track so they don't get too very far behind in this point race.
Darrell, you noted briefly his hat turned back around the other way. What does that tell you?
I just see him trying to project a different image. That he talks about championship, winning the championship. We're a championship team. And I see the maturity that he has gained over this past year. He's not walking around with that hat turned around backwards like he's out somewhere else. And Never Land, he is present. He is here. And he wants to win this Winston Cup championship.
As long as that helmet's looking the right way, too. So the right kind of focus. All right, Ryan Newman on the pole, his fourth pole of the season. Rusty Wallace, he's kind of hot and not. On the one hand, he's on the front row. The other hand, he has not won a race in now 74 races. Wallace admits he's a bit rusty. He's with our Steve Burns.
Well, Chris, this is a great racetrack for Rusty Wallace. He's led over 800 laps, has 3 wins. We can't even keep count of all the top 5s and top 10s. Billy Wilburn said the crew is ready. How about you, Rusty?
Yeah, we're ready. We've got a great car. We ran good and happy hour yesterday. We worked really, really hard during this week on pit stops, trying to get everything right, because, you know, we really had a lot of problems in Charlotte, but I don't expect that to happen this week.
Why is this such a good racetrack for you, Rusty? Why do you run so well here?
It's just a big old Bristol, and everybody knows I like Bristol. You know, it's a concrete track. I cut my teeth on tracks like this, Winchester, Indiana, Salem, Indiana, back in my ASA days. But I like the shape of it. But you know what? I really like the people that run the place, and my setups have always been pretty good here.
All right, good luck. Go break that winless streak, would you?
Okay, thank you.
All right, back to Chris.
Thanks a lot, Steve and Rusty. So teammates, but differences here between Rusty and Ryan Newman.
What I'm kind of looking at right now, you got Ryan who's always fast but somewhat inconsistent, but you got Rusty, the veteran right there. He's got himself in the top 10 in points, looking pretty strong up there on the outside of the front row now. So maybe it's just a matter of time before he gets back into victory lane.
Older drivers seem to be more concerned about...
Older drivers.
Yes. Older drivers seem to be more concerned about risk and reward.
Right,
and they're not willing to take the risk that they once were used to because they don't see the reward.
So they're better at hanging in there.
Hanging in there, taking care of what you got, getting the best finish you can.
Racing smart.
Racing smart.
All right, well, that's something we'll look for today. And We got to thank you. You got to head up to the booth. I know if you start singing, Jeff. But I want to thank you and Smitty too for the cookout the other day. At
Yeah,
your,
appreciate
at your
that, guys.
traveling.
We had a great time, folks. Shish kebab. How you say it?
Shish kebab.
Shish kebab.
Right. That's his
Never
traveling.
had one before. Only fried bologna and
No, it
kind
was
of stuff.
traveling estate. It was a great setup. All right, have fun up in the booth. All right, he'll join Larry McReynolds and Mike Joy at that time. Dale Jarrett's crew, by the way, was hot last week. They won the McDonald's Drive-Thru Pit Award, fueled by Powerade. They're receiving a $20,000 reward among those eligible teams that cover the least amount of time on pit road. Michael Waltrip's team leading the overall standings, and at the end of the year, $200,000 goes to the season-long winner. As we continue to count down, we'll be back. The race moved up just a little bit. We'll take you there live in a moment.
On that day, in 44 minutes of sheer hell, there wasn't a single officer that ran away. That's brave.
Based on a true story.
Multiple suspect armed with AK-47.
Michael Madsen, Ron Livingston, and Mario Van Peebles.
There's nothing we have that can stop him.
44 Minutes, the North Hollywood Shootout, premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
A special announcement from the Bargain Network. You can buy cars for as low as $500. Choose from thousands of cars repossessed and seized by the U.S. Customs, IRS, FBI, and private organizations. Call 800-369-8822. Foreclosed homes and distressed properties are selling for as low as $199 a month. HUDs, VAs, repos, and more.
Through the Bargain Network, I got my dream car, and I saved a lot of money.
New cars and homes are being added every day. For listings in your area, call now. 800-369-8822. Call now.
Tuesday on an all-new Lucky.
You're a son of a bitch and cheat.
Lucky's been set up.
Those are mine.
Now the whole town thinks he's a cheat. What could be worse? His boys are on the case.
If Pepper is the dealer and Lucky is salt.
If Pepper is the dealer, Lucky has to be ketchup.
Can anyone get Lucky back in the game?
Remember me.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Oh, look at good.
Oh, that's sick.
John Corbett is Lucky. An all-new episode Tuesday at 10, only on FX.
All month long, FX is the place for explosive premieres. The FX original movie premiere, 44 Minutes. The North Hollywood Shootout.
Two bank robbers.
The world broadcast premiere of Lucky Numbers.
We're gonna be millionaires!
Ah, right. And the FX premiere of DVD on TV. Exceptional movies with extra features you won't see anywhere else. All month long.
Let me bask in that for a while.
On FX.
Spring has arrived.
What are you doing?
And in the insect kingdom, love is
I was just seeing what else is on.
Well, I just spun my car through the grass at 120 miles an hour.
after an elaborate mating ritual.
I'll go back.
It's too late now. You missed your chance.
I'm sorry.
You watch. I'm gonna come back and win this thing.
Oh, can he save it?
Welcome back to Dover, Delaware, and it's the Via NASCAR Grand Marshal for a Day contest. Tune into the first hour of coverage of our race today. Look for that secret number on the animated car. Log on to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com and enter the number for your chance to win. And the winner will get to start the race, even maybe wave the checkered flag at the 2004 Winston Cup race at Rockingham. The Via NASCAR Grand Marshal for a Day contest continues later today here on FX. Some of the pre-race festivities taking place at Dover International Speedway. Let's check on the results. Our experts who have been trying to pick the races all season long on the standings. Larry McReynolds adding to his lead. You see DW second. And with just a one win so far, Jeff Hammond, time to rally from third. Who do they like in today's race? Drivers you can look for. Larry Mack's going to take Sterling Marlin. DW takes Jimmy Johnson. And Jeff Hammond going with points leader Matt Kenseth, who he has not chosen all season long. Yeah, but getting ready to call the race up in the broadcast booth. Let's join Larry McReynolds and Mike Joy.
It's going to be quite a pre-race, Chris. We're going to have 5 flyovers. The Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and the Coast Guard will all be involved as we go along here. Larry, you're Dale Earnhardt Jr. or Joe Nemechek and their teams. You crashed at the end of practice. You didn't get to run the backup car. You're on a concrete track. It's rained. What do you do?
I mean, you have to be patient, but you have to be in a hurry, too, because what's going to happen here today, somebody's going to hit that setup just right, and they'll be lapping you on this racetrack before you know what's going on. You're going around this mile racetrack in 23 seconds, so you got to be patient. You get caught up in somebody else's wreck because even the straightaways are banked here, but you can't dilly around. You got to get on with it and get on to the front.
Well, yesterday we saw a couple of cars in the Busch Series race that got caught a lap down, made it back up, and had much better cars than they did early in the day.
And there's just so many places to get in trouble here. You can get in trouble coming on the pit road. We saw Martin Truex Jr. yesterday on a green flag stop, spin right there at the entrance of pit road. You can get beat up on pit road. This is one of the most narrow pit roads that we go to, so your spotter and your crew chief have to be on top of their game working with you, especially when all those cars are on pit road under a caution.
All right, let's go trackside for today's opening ceremonies.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her from the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Almighty God, for the greatest country in the world, America, we thank you. We thank you for our military families that are represented here today. We thank you for Dover International Speedway. And now we pray for a great race and a safe race. We pray it in Christ our Lord. Amen. Shalom.
Our first flyby representing the U.S. Air Force was the missing man formation of F-16 Falcons from the Texas Air National Guard. And here, 4 Marine Corps F-18 Hornets from Marine Fighter Squadron 321 flying out of Andrews Air Force Base. It's believed that this is the first 5-service flyover at a sporting event. Next, from the Naval Air Station, Jacksonville, Florida, a P-3 Orion from Patrol Squadron 30.
USA! USA!
And along pit road,
Let's go, guys. Let's rock.
teams at prayer and encouragement. There's just something special about our national anthem when it's performed by an armed service band.
Joe Gibbs, a great leader. That right there is a good example. There he is with his team. They're praying before the game starts, and he's a great guy, great leader.
We'll see a C-130 Hercules from the U.S. Coast Guard, from the Coast Guard Air Station at Elizabeth City, North Carolina. An HH-60 Blackhawk helicopter from the Delaware National Guard, and a HH-60 Jayhawk and a UH-60 Blackhawk. There are the choppers in what is believed to be the first 5-service flyover of a major sporting event. Today's event, the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400. Title sponsor MBNA has started a scholarship and assistance fund for the families of fallen service personnel and those who suffered economic hardship due to the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. And they've helped put together this great flyover, handing out of American flags and display of patriotism. There's the Coast Guard. And has caught the attention of all our race teams as well. So now, let's go trackside.
I direct your attention to the Winston Vision screens in the infield for a special command. Injured service members, along with their families and medical staff from the National Naval Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, and the Walter Reed Army Medical Center in northern Washington, D.C., are joined by Melvin Joseph for today's command.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Jose Torres from Cleveland, Ohio. On behalf of the Navy and Marine Corps, we'd like to thank the personnel of Bethesda Naval Hospital for their outstanding care. We also wish our best to our fellow servicemen and women still deployed throughout the world.
Hi, I'm Specialist Osgood of Giddings, Texas. On behalf of the Armed Services, we'd like to thank the great men and women here at Walter Reed Army Medical Center for their terrific care, and all of you NASCAR fans for your great support. And now, if you'd join us in the most famous words in motorsports, gentlemen, start your engines.
Getting set to go racing in the first state, Delaware. Dover International Speedway, adjacent to Dover Downs Hotel and Casino. A casino, an appropriate place to play a little Johnny Cash.
Country boy, you got work to do. Country boy, in the morning dew. You gotta plant the seed, you gotta cut the weeds. There's many a road, you know you gotta hope when it's closing time and your work is through. There's a lot of life in you, country boy. You're lucky street. Country boy, I wish I was you and you was me.
NASCAR on FX is brought to you by MBNA, by Applebee's, by Napa Auto Parts, and by Briggs & Stratton.
Oh, give me steak, lots of steak, lots of tender, juicy steak at Applebee's. Lay some steak on my plate, lots of tasty, juicy steak. That's the steak stampede. Bourbon Street, honey pepper, one with real blue cheese. Everyone's a sirloin done the way you please. The steak stampede is waiting and you can't beat these at Applebee's. Eating good in the neighborhood.
At times like this, I think how lucky I am to be a NASCAR Winston Cup driver, and how fortunate I am to have a great sponsor like Napa Auto Parts, because Napa understands quality and value, and the importance of having a friendly, knowledgeable staff. And it's at times like this, looking around at the empty grandstands and listening to the silence of pit road, that I realize I'm at the wrong track.
Briggs & Stratton engines have been helping Americans make the most of their free time for nearly a century. They start easily and get the job done quickly, so be sure there's a powerful Briggs & Stratton engine inside. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
New Icebreakers Unleashed presents Bingo Night Unleashed.
D7.
New Icebreakers Unleashed has supercharged flavor crystals to give you super fresh breath. And that just might unleash your wilder side.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Got your rig loaded down?
Yeah, I got produce, supplies, heavy marine equipment. Yeah, we're loaded down all right.
Good. Stay strong out there, man.
Yeah, I will.
So, who are you talking to in there?
Oh, another trucker.
The surprisingly accommodating Ford F-150 Super Crew. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
NASCAR and FX welcomes you back to Dover International Speedway for the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400. Threatening skies. The wind has been blowing from north to south here, almost winter weather, the locals tell me. It's a bit chilly out there, only 59 degrees, track temperature 68, and that's a brisk breeze, 25 miles an hour. And low clouds overhanging, but hopeful of getting this race in.
And the one good thing about this concrete, we've talked about this before, is it's not as air temperature sensitive, as sun sensitive as asphalt, but that's definitely the coolest this track has been all weekend.
Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the Bud Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Winston Cup race. Today's Bud Pole Award, a big surprise. Ryan Newman, 11th career pole, second Bud Pole in a row. He'll join these drivers in the Bud Shootout of 2004. Since 1979, Anheuser-Busch has doled out more than $8 million as title sponsor of the Pole Award program. Let's have a look at the STP starting grid for today's race. Newman and his teammate at Penske Racing South, Rusty Wallace, have their Dodges on the front row. Jeremy Mayfield's Dodge in third. The point leader, Matt Kenseth, has never led a Winston Cup lap here. That may change today. Jimmy Johnson trying for 3 in a row here, 3 in a row. The last couple of checkered flags he's picked up. Sterling Marlin, Larry's pick. Kurt Busch, the only 2-time winner this year. Terry Labonte, best start since '96 here. Jeff Gordon, a 4-time Dover winner. Steve Park makes his second start with Richard Childress. Tony Stewart, a 2-time winner. And Dale Earnhardt Jr., who won here 2 years ago. Bobby Labonte won from the pole here. Bill Elliott, a 4-time winner at Dover. Greg Biffle and Michael Waltrip, who's been in the top 10 all season. Elliott Sadler, third at Talladega. Mike Wallace, Jamie McMurray, and Ricky Craven, the Darlington winner. Todd Bodine and Casey Mears, both looking for their first top 10 of the year. Kevin Harvick, runner-up in Talladega. 4-time Dover winner, Ricky Rudd. That's the top 24 as you look back through the rest of this field.
Of course, we talked about it in the beginning. Mike, you mentioned Dale Earnhardt Jr. having to give up that 12th starting spot to go to the rear of the field, going to a backup car, as well as Joe Nemechek, who crashed in practice. Tony Raines already at the rear of the field. They've changed engines. They'll have to start at the very back as well.
You know, talking to some of the drivers, one of the things that's throwing these guys a curve, kind of like one race to the next, is they keep messing with the tires. Got a different tire here. They had this tire here last fall, but it's kind of messed up some of the guys' setup, and we saw that last week at Charlotte. They'd like to get on the tire and stay on it for a while.
Hermie Sadler withdrew his car after practice, and Derek Cope was the one car who failed to qualify. Robbie Gordon has come to the pits.
Inside the car, like there may be a problem with something that hooks to him, or
probably maybe a radio problem, Larry, since it's already it's obviously not ignition. The car was running, so I think it must be something about his radio. Be my guess.
Let's have a look at the Citgo race analysis for today's 400-miler. Brought to you by Citgo. There is the split from first to the final time trial spot, 36th.
3/4 of a second.
Larry, 31 will have to go to the rear, right?
That's my understanding. We might want to double check that, though. You see the pit window, 85 to 95 laps. There's a little concern all the rubber washed off this racetrack that you could go that far on a set of tires. But the good thing about it, NASCAR has decided, since the guys' practice was cut short and that the weather did move in here like this, if we don't have one, they're going to throw a caution about lap 40, give these teams a chance to look at their tires, change tires, and make adjustments. Darrell, with no rubber on the racetrack, just like yesterday in the Busch race, I look for these cars to be pretty loose. They're not going to have good rear grip till we get some rubber on this racetrack.
Yeah, historically, that's the way this joint is. You know, it's even when they've had practice in normal conditions, the cars start off a little bit loose.
Robbie Gordon's car has stalled at the exit of pit road. So
I guess maybe it wasn't his radio.
Must have been an ignition problem or something.
So they waved off the start. We'll go at least another lap here.
I don't think that's a bad thing, as cool as it is. Get a little bit more heat in the engines and get the little heat in the tires.
Dick Berggren, what's up with Robbie Gordon?
Well, Robbie Gordon's not sure either, Mike. I'm listening to him in one ear, and he says he has no idea what's going on. The engine is stalled and it start back up again, and they just don't know what it is. It's probably some sort of wire failure, either between the kill switch on the steering wheel or somewhere in the ignition system. They're going crazy on the radio right now.
I can only imagine so. And, you know, for a guy that's quietly moved in the 12th in the points, if things don't get going for them, this could be a big hit for them.
That young fellow with the flags has been a fixture here at Dover for more than a dozen years. Since he was just a little tight, his mom and dad would bring him here with his set of flags and he'd wave them from trackside. Some short track's going to hire this fella sooner or later.
I know I've been coming here a long time because the flags were bigger than him when I first saw him.
But you're right. He's been doing it for years.
The vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, carrying a little more brass than that young fellow at the base of the flag stand. And he will wave the green flag to get us going here in just about half a lap.
Buddy weaving back and forth, just trying to get some heat in these tires, because again, they're going to be they're going to lack a lot of grip in these tires with this racetrack being as cold as it is and no rubber.
Yeah, and you got to start real low on air pressure because we get a lot of buildup here in the tires, so that makes it even worse trying to get going.
Just a raindrop or two falling occasionally should not be enough to quelch the competition here. We're ready to go.
Now, Robbie Gordon, he's running now, but he will be at the rear of the field back there with Joe Nemechek and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Raines. DW, 400 laps. High bank mile racetrack. Reach up there and pull them belts tight one more time before we get going.
Right up there. Boogity, 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 boys. Let's go racing.
Those two Dodges was a dead heat all the way down the front straightaway, and they're still side by side. Ryan Newman in the 12 and his teammate Rusty Wallace in the 2.
You think teammates would have a deal made up? There's no deal.
I tell you, and I don't like running side by side this early in the race because there's not a lot of grip. It doesn't take a whole lot to get a car turned around here.
I think Ryan Newman in the 12, he felt that way, so he let Rusty win the battle.
Whoa, we go. Wall goes Casey Mears, turn 4.
Casey got up out of the groove, got in that gray area up there, and into the wall he goes, and here's a big crash behind him.
Mike Skinner in the 4, Tony Raines in the 74. Looks like Jeff Green in the 1, caution is out, and Ward Burton in the 22 car.
Mike Skinner's car is really torn up. So is the 74. 22's driving off. Looks like he may not have but minor damage. The 1's got a lot of rear damage.
Steve Burns.
And Mike, Dale Earnhardt Jr. had to start from the back of the pack because of that incident in practice. He just said there's some damage to the right rear of my race car. Somebody got into me.
Let's talk a little about that. We've talked on previous telecasts how you build the front of the car as strong as you can, but build the rear of the car to have some crushability in it.
Yeah, if you bump into somebody, like that's where your radiator, that's where all the vitals are. So you got to take care of the front. You want the back cave in so you don't get spun out. But you'll see the 41. He gets up out of the groove down here in turns 4. Takes off with him right there, wiggles a little bit. He gets up there where there's no grip whatsoever. He's coming back down the racetrack, and that's where the problem starts.
They just start stacking up behind him. There you see him going high and going low.
You'll see these guys, everybody checks up. Looked like the 1 car checked up first, 4 got into him, and here come the rest of them.
Looked like Junior may have got in the back of Skinner as they came around. Let's have a look from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s on board.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., he definitely got in the back of Mike Skinner in the 4 car.
And you could hear it kissed off the wall just a little bit when he did.
Now, Robbie Gordon had that ignition problem, had to start in the back of the field. Here's how he saw it.
threaded his way through there.
Wow.
Almost had to stop to do it, though.
Probably was giving them a few choice words for being back there in the first place.
Cars will pit to repair damage, and we'll be back to Dover Downs after this.
The biggest stars are on the best damn sports show, period. Please welcome Samuel Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm in Electra. I'm excited. Weeknights and late night on Fox Sports Net.
1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go.
Oven mitt.
5.
Who's this?
It's Lars, my personal trainer. Got a great new sandwich. Gonna be really, really busy. Got to get in shape.
Arby's new home-style pot roast sandwich. Real slow-cooked pot roast with cheddar and a horseradish ranch sauce on our new soft baguette.
Let's go, Fluffy. Pick it up.
Try Arby's new home-style pot roast sandwich.
What are you eating today?
It's adorable. Hi there. What kind is it?
It's a mix, actually. Part charcoal, part gas.
Does it do any tricks?
It switches from gas to charcoal in just a few seconds.
The Charbroil 2-in-1 Charcoal Gas Grill. It's man's new best friend.
We did all the work, so you get to have all the fun. Presenting the Aquatrax from Honda, the only all-4-stroke lineup of personal watercraft in the world, including the brand new turbocharged 2-seater, the R12X. Advanced 4-stroke technology means high performance and low pollution. So the water stays cleaner, man. And so does the air. It's just what you'd expect from Honda. PR performance. To find a dealer near you, visit Honda.com.
What are they looking at? This is an easy call. Nothing's proven to beat the itching and burning of athlete's foot better than boom, Tough Actin Tenactin. It's the only one clinically proven to prevent athlete's foot.
The rolling stands, Tenactin still tops.
Good call. Boom, Tough Actin Tenactin.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's an exterior decorator for your backyard, a place to piece together all your ideas, where you'll find the best of everything from barbecue grills to patio furniture, all in one place. And maybe learn a little something you didn't know. It's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work. It's a backyard vacation in the making. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Stay cool. FX presents the story of the bank robbery that became the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Suspects armed with AK-47.
And reminded America why police officers are heroes.
Officer down. Get that man out of here.
Michael Madsen, Ron Livingston, Mario Van Peebles.
There's nothing we gotta do. Stop him.
44 minutes based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
Welcome back to Dover Downs, where we are under caution at lap 1. Casey Mears, who triggered this crash, has gone to the garage, and a couple of drivers who had practice problems and had to start in the back. There is one, Joe Nemechek, and there's the other, Dale Earnhardt Jr., got involved in it, Darrell.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you worry about, Mike, is when you got to start in the back like Dale Jr. did and Joe Nemechek, something like this happens on the first lap. 41's down underneath on the outside there, and I think he just bobbled a little bit, and it took off, hit the wall, and then, of course, everybody checked up.
Now watch behind Casey Mears, the right of your screen.
The one car seemed like he might have checked up in a hurry. The 4 rammed into the back of him, and the rest of it is, as you can see.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Mike, Casey Mears has got significant damage to his car, perhaps the most serious problem. Brake rotor has broken off it, and without this particular piece being whole and on the right front, there's just no stopping that car. I mean, like, you can't even slow it down. Steve Burns.
Dick Dale Earnhardt Jr. brought the 8 car down to pit road so his team could assess the damage. There were no tire rubs over the 4 tires. There is a hole where the left headlight would be. It's only a decal, but there is a hole in the sheet metal there. Dale Earnhardt Jr. just told his crew, I don't know who I hit or who hit me, but he seems to think that the car is okay. Again, some damage to the nose of that number 8 car.
And we see it so much here. I mean, the straightaways are banked 9 degrees, the corners 24 degrees, the straightaways are short. There's just nowhere to get out of the way when something happens in front of you.
8 cars involved in this crash on lap 1 at Dover.
trust 100 people, if not more, that have all touched, fabricated, bolted together something on that race car. Teamwork is everything. You pull in on the pit road, second or third. Guys are zinging lug nuts off and on. You're going to be the first one off pit road, and your guys got you the lead. And that's what separates the best from the rest.
You gelling? No telling how much I'm gelling. You gelling? You know I'm gelling. Hey, Ellen, you gelling?
I'm gelling like a felon. You want the melon?
Nah, but hey, I'm like mud gelling. I'm so gelling.
Nice.
Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insoles are made from the softest gel ever created. If you and your shoes don't feel outrageously comfortable, you get your money back. Guaranteed.
I'm gelling.
You're not gelling. You're so not gelling.
Are you gelling yet? Dr. Scholl. Look, feel, do better.
Introducing the Panasonic Pro Curve Pivot Action Shaver. The world's fastest shaver. The world's sharpest shaver blades. And a head that pivots to fit your face. The Pro Curve Pivot Action Shaver.
I feel like a new man.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
Hi, I'm Rusty Wallace, driver of the Miller Lite Dodge on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. You can make a difference. Let's help the families who have lost loved ones in our war. Just log on to AFFSAF.org.
Rusty Wallace, the leader from the outside pole, as he took the first lap under green, but behind him, cars completing their first lap, 8 of them involved in this crash. Steve Burns with one of those drivers.
That's Mike Skinner. Mike's looking at the race car. Mike, what happened? Tell us about the damage. Can you get back in this race?
I don't know what happened, but the damage is pretty bad, and apparently something happened up in front of us, and everybody just stacked up. We ran into the back of the one. I don't know who ran into us, but it was big. It's a shame for this Kodak team. We had a really good car in happy hour yesterday. We wasn't real fast on the sheet, but our car was consistent. Really felt like on long runs we were going to be really good today, but we'll get this old Kodak machine back out there and get all the points we can.
Tough break for Mike Skinner. Let's go to Dick Bergeron.
Well, Joe Nemechek has had quite the up and down weekend. Let's start out with his Busch Series qualifying where he won the pole. Then in Winston Cup practice, he had a fast car but bounced it off the wall. Had to go to a backup. Yesterday was the Busch Series race. He won it. Today, he started in the back, got involved in the crash early. That's the bad news. The good news is the damage is only cosmetic. And he should be just fine. They talk back and forth on the radio, and they think there's no problem with the car. Hey, Mike, he's really not any worse off than when the green flag dropped. He started in the back. He's still in the back.
That's true. Now, right in front of him, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who also started in the back, and he was the car that got into the back of Mike Skinner. We listened in on Dale and his crew.
I thought I had a bad vibration, but it's the asphalt or the concrete right before the flag stand for about 100 yards. It feels just like a caster shake. That's why I was thinking I'm kind of curious if I flat spotted something, but it's good everywhere else. Right there where the 99 car is to the flag stand, it's a little bit of a vibration, like a caster split shake. It's kind of funny. I never felt it before here.
I believe what he's experiencing is low air pressure. You drop the air pressure so low in the left side tires that the tires really they nibble. That's what I'd call it. You got the bank straightaway, and the car's trying to stay up on this banking. Even though you're going down the straightaway, you're holding the steering wheel to the right, and they nibble.
So you're kind of dragging that.
You're dragging that low wheel air pressure left front.
Track getting pretty well cleaned up here from the first caution of the day at lap 1. Rusty Wallace is our leader.
Dale, I know you still don't want to race our truck, but you got to admit, the new logo makes it look a lot faster.
Okay, you can roll the film, John.
Look at that baby move.
Look, but that's nothing. Just wait till you see this.
My dad taught me 2 simple rules about car care. To take care of the engine, change the oil.
To take care of the fuel system, add STP. When your dad is Richard Petty, you tend to listen.
Yeah. Excuse me. Which way to the nearest gas station? Thanks.
Tony Stewart pumps his own gas?
McDonald's celebrates the heroes that make NASCAR go with the first annual McDonald's Drive-Thru Championship, fueled by Powerade. With teamwork, precision, and pride, McDonald's is the official drive-thru of NASCAR.
Go! Excuse me, could you tell me where the gas? Thank you.
You want to know why I ran from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Since I missed the opportunity to own a 100th anniversary Harley-Davidson, I will travel back in time in my time machine and get one. Am I still here?
There's still time to own a 100th anniversary Harley-Davidson motorcycle, but it's now or never. Visit your dealer today.
What are you doing, Bobby? Making a reality show. Who wants to marry a Texan? But he's already married. Shh, we don't reveal that until the last episode. Well, why are you filming him changing his Autolite double platinum plugs? He always says nothing outperforms the platinum to platinum firing of an Autolite plug. It's part of what makes him a great catch. Autolite, it's time to change your plugs. Dad, how about voting somebody off the driveway?
This week, Scotland Yard's about to get yanked.
You guys got this whole Queen thing going on? I get it.
Keen Eddie premieres this week on Fox.
FX welcomes you back to Dover, Delaware on this Visa race break. From the Hollywood Hotel with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, and at the tail end of the first lap, a rocky start on the concrete here over the Monster Mile. 8 cars involved, and you get a view of the wreck from Ricky Rudd's U.S. Air Force motorcraft Ford.
Right there is rookie Casey Mears after he loses the front of his car, gets up in the outside wall right there coming off of turn 4. But what really happened was happening behind him, and somebody got in the back of Jeff Green, Mike Skinner, Ward Burton, Tony Raines. All of a sudden, you had about 8 guys got all piled up right at the start-finish line, didn't complete the first lap.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. involved. 3 of the 6 rookie drivers in today's race were involved, including Casey Mears, and Steve Burns is with him.
And Chris, Casey Mears still sitting in his Dodge. Casey, a lot of work continuing on your race car. What happened?
I feel real bad for the target guys, all these guys here at Ganassi Racing. I mean, we just really want to get a good run in, and I just got loose, just up high, maybe because the track was green. Yesterday, the track was pretty good, and it rained so hard last night, I think the track was pretty green and dirty, so no excuses, really. I just driving too hard and got loose, got in the fence, so feel bad for him, but hopefully we can get back out and get in the race.
A lot of work continuing on this race car, Chris Myers.
All right, thanks. And a 400-mile race scheduled, but because of threatening weather, Jeff Hammond, are guys thinking, hey, get 200 miles officially halfway, let's race to that and then see what happens?
You've got to kind of like look at that, like, because you never know what's going to happen around here quick as weather comes up. So you need to kind of race to that 200-mile mark, make sure you're in contention or we're in a position where you can move forward if necessary. But if you get past there, then you got to keep an eye on that weather map and see what's going on, because you never know if we're going to be able to complete the distance. So staying up front is going to be very important today.
All right, so a shaky start, but we got a long way to go and ready to crank things up. Let's go back upstairs.
I talked to Jeff Burton this morning at a Ford fan forum, and he was asked about why he does so well and wins so many rain-shortened races. And he says you just change your whole mindset. Instead of thinking of mile 400, you think of when the weather could come in. You race to there, you look at the sky, you race to the next spot, and you go from there. Their whole game plan changes with the weather.
Yeah, when you know you're not, when you think you're not going to run the whole race, you can use the car more. You can use it up. I mean, drive it down there a little bit harder and stand on it a little bit quicker. That makes for faster laps, by the way.
The restart's been waved off once again. Just a light sprinkle here, keeping us from getting this race back under green. So as you can see, we'll try 2 to go, see if the track is dry enough to run when we come back.
Spring has arrived.
What are you doing?
And in the insect kingdom,
I was just seeing what else is on.
Well, I just spun my car through the grass at 120 miles an hour.
I'll go back.
It's too late now. You missed your chance.
I'm sorry.
You watch. I'm gonna come back and win this thing.
The Pontiac Excitement NHRA Nationals, presented by Summit Racing at National Trail Raceway, June 12th through 15th. Tickets available at 800-884-NHRA, Ticketmaster, and at the gate. The NHRA Powerade Drag Racing Series. Very real power. The Pontiac Excitement NHRA Nationals, presented by Summit Racing at National Trail Raceway, June 12th through 15th. Tickets available at 800-884-NHRA, Ticketmaster, and at the gate. The NHRA Powerade Drag Racing Series. Very real power.
A lot of people are still hesitant to pick up the phone and give us a call. Now we've made it even easier. Just dial 1-800-MY-NEW-CAR. No salespeople, no operator, and no hassles. Answer all of the questions completely, and you could be approved in as little as 15 minutes. It's that simple. So what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-MY-NEW-CAR. And with over 100 lending programs, if we can't get you a bank loan, no one can. 1-800-MY-NEW-CAR. Getting a car loan has never been easier.
With fingers snapping at 30 clicks per second, few in the world can touch Bobby Badfingers. And for insanely fast speed on the internet, millions of fingers point to Roadrunner High Speed Online. Pick from thousands of music tracks with Roadrunner Rhapsody. Download up to 50 times faster than dial-up. Exceed your speed with Roadrunner High Speed Online.
Call 1-800-ROADRUNNER today to get free installation. Plus, receive $10 off each of your first 3 months.
Lucky's been set up.
You're a cheat.
Oh!
Those are mine.
Can anyone but his boys get him back in the game?
Remember me.
Lucky. An all-new episode Tuesday at 10 on FX.
Log on to our Fox Partner Speed Channel's website, speedtv.com. Enter the How Fast Do You Like It sweepstakes for a chance to win a trip for two to the Richard Petty driving experience. Now, during this lengthy caution, 3 cars have made repeated pit stops for repairs. Jack Sprague, Tony Raines, and Jeff Green. And as they came by and took 2 to go past the flag stand, Matt, Tony Stewart was waving at the flagman, signaling what?
He was signaling, Mike, that the track is dry. He's ready to go, although the windshield is a little bit damp. Some water beat it up on the windshield, but Tony says the track's ready. Let's go.
He was pretty emphatic about it. I know that. I had his hand out the window, you know, giving it that circle thing, like, let's go. Matt, while we got you, I was just wondering, what's the deal on Terry Labonte's car today? Got a funny-looking paint job.
Daryl, it's Finding Nemo, the new Pixar movie, is on Terry Labonte's Got Milk car. That's, I think, the little orange fish guy. There's Nemo.
There he is. He's a cute little guy.
Yeah.
He looks like one of the guys, you know, one of the fellows.
Our director.
That's what they call Nemechek, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we thought Nemo was Joe Nemechek, but it's that cute little fish, and it's a neat movie. Artie Kempner's kids give it a thumbs up.
You know, Terry Labonte, he had a good qualifying effort here on Friday. He qualified 8th. Right in front of him is his teammate, Jeff Gordon. Just right in front of those guys is Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car. All these are team cars. Now, no, Joe Nemechek is way back in the back because of going to backup car. But I found it interesting as we ride here with Jimmy Johnson. I talked to his crew chief this morning, Chad Canals, and he said probably for the first time since they have had a race team, the 48 team, that all 4 of the Winston Cup Hendrick cars, plus the 2 Busch cars yesterday, which would be Brian Vickers, who ran good, Joe Nemechek that won the race, it's the closest all 6 of these race cars have been set up together. He said they've never had it that way before.
Well, if you had won the last 2 races here, Jimmy Johnson,
be a good way to go.
Jeff Gordon won several races here.
And you heard Rusty Wallace saying, and it's like Bristol. This is just one of those racetracks, and I think the reason is the concrete, that the setup just don't change that much from race to race.
The biggest thing is the guys tell me is this, that they don't like them messing with the tire, come with the same tire every year, every race, and they'd have probably no problems.
Light sprinkle here continues to fall. They keep working on Jeff Green's car, and they keep the cars out to keep heat in the racetrack and try to get us to where we can get back on 1 to go. We got a little audio here from Greg Biffle.
What do you think, Bus? I can't really tell. Yeah, I mean, even when the place is dry, it looks like it's wet. They're going to show you 2 to go again.
Yeah, Rusty's saying it's good to go, but he's the leader, so if anybody wrecks in the back, that gets rid of people. The 40's saying it isn't.
Look,
Randy Goss, I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah. Well, them guys in the back wreck, get them out of my way.
Now, if we were past halfway, Darrell, the leader would be saying, no, we can't restart. It's too wet.
Way too wet, way too wet.
And everybody else would be saying, we're good to go.
Yeah, I'm going to look through the in-car deal. If you would wave at me there, throw your hand up.
Oh, we happy to perform that.
Nice.
Happy to perform that public service.
If there's a guy riding next to him with a cell phone, that's it. I'm out of here.
We'll be back to Dover Downs. You're watching NASCAR on FX.
In 44 minutes of hell, there wasn't a single officer that ran away.
44 Minutes, the North Hollywood Shootout, premieres tonight at 8, only on FX. Tough. Rhino tough. Rhino brand rods and reels. Still indestructible from tip to butt.
For me, everything's black and white. Balls in, or balls out. Black and white, black and white. It's how it goes out there.
Now get a sleek new Nokia color phone from Singular. And get cool games like Skate and Slam and Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, plus polyphonic ringtones. Get a great deal on a Nokia 3500 series color phone.
I call it the Todd Beebe Color My World plan.
Come in today and see how Singular fits you best.
Any tailgater with a few brats under his belt knows if you don't turn them, you burn them. So, if you're going to jockey those Johnsonville brats around the grill, come prepared. Or at least, prepared to improvise. Welcome to Heaven on a Bun. Welcome to Johnsonville.
You know what you never see in car commercials? Real cars. Cars that have been around the block a few times. The kinds of cars that need Castrol GTX high mileage. Specially engineered to protect against oil burn-off better than other leading motor oils. Castrol GTX high mileage. It helps older cars feel young again.
Doesn't Miller Lite taste great? Less filling!
Wait. What about this? Doesn't Miller Lite taste great? Great taste! Great taste!
Less filling!
Great taste!
Less filling! Less filling!
What do you think about that? That's art.
Tell it over a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
I've got an idea.
We're set for the restart. All the cars that made multiple repairs are still on the lead lap, leaving only Casey Mears, who triggered the caution in the garage with Mike Skinner, who ran into the back of Jeff Green and got run into by Dale Jr. So we're set to go with Rusty Wallace, Ryan Newman, and point leader Matt Kenseth leading. Let's scare those showers away with a crank it up.
37,000 horsepower, all bunched together.
Wallace and Newman have opened up about 8 car lengths on Matt Kenseth, who's fallen to the clutches of Jeremy Mayfield, Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch, and Jeff Gordon.
And Jeff Gordon in the 24 car, he may have the fastest race car. He drove right by Sterling Marlin on the backstretch after the restart, and he's working all to the inside of Kurt Busch right now in the 97.
6th place at stake here. Whoa,
Kurt Busch ran out of racetrack big time coming off turn 2. You carry so much speed right there, you just right up against the wall, get out of racetrack, and he's losing a bunch of positions now to Sterling Marlin. Terry Labonte, the 5 car, worked up to him.
And Tony Stewart.
The color of the tires off.
Now what he's asking there is, did he buff the letters, the yellow letters, off the sides of those Goodyear tires? How hard did he hit them?
Yeah, that's a pretty good gauge.
Let's have a look.
We'll be able to tell him here in just a second. Got up out of the groove. He knew Jeff was there. Pretty good little, it's more than a brush, I'd say. That's probably a toe-in adjustment on that car when they get a chance.
And a nice shot from the helicopter that carries the relay equipment for our onboard cameras. Gordon, teacher, passing pupil. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson. Move Gordon up to 5th.
And where he's beating people, he gets right up to their quarter panel before getting into the corner, and they have no choice but to give him that bottom groove.
Well, the hardest thing to get a car to do here is stay down underneath a car coming off the corner. And so you can stay in the throttle wide open. If you can do that, you can pass a lot of race cars. Pretty impressed with Jeremy Mayfield as he kind of hangs in there right behind Matt Kenseth. That qualifying run is more than just a good qualifying run. Got a good race car.
And he's fast right in the middle of the corner, Darrell. Mayfield is just eating up Kenseth through the middle of the corner as they run 3rd and 4th.
For a guy that's finished 18th or worse in the last 11 races this year, boy, he needs a good run. That whole race team needs something good to happen.
This racetrack is one of those tracks where if you got it right, oh, it's so much fun. But if you miss it a little bit, you just want to go to the garage, park it, put it up, try it again next year.
Talked about all the cars that were involved in the crash. Stayed on the lead lap just a couple of laps ago. Tony Raines had to come back to pit road. Now he's 2 laps down. Tony Stewart in the 20 car, he goes by Sterling Marlin in the 40. That was a battle for 7th.
Sterling's having a little trouble keeping his car on the bottom. It seemed like it slides up right in the middle of the corner, a little tight in the center.
Now Kenseth and Mayfield have been caught by Jeff Gordon.
Jeff, he's wasting no time. He acts as if it's going to rain and they're not quite to halfway yet.
Jeff Gordon moves into 4th.
And you know what I'm noticing about Jeff Gordon, the 24 car? He works the bottom when he's starting to work to pass someone, but when he's kind of back there just riding, he lets the car ride up just a little bit in the center of the corner. A lot easier on that right front tire.
Well, when you can diamond the corner off, kind of drive it in pretty hard and let it float up in the middle just a tad, and then turn it to the bottom and man it wide open, that is a beautiful thing.
He just drove by Matt Kenseth in the 17 car, points leader on the outside getting the turn 1. That moves him in the 3rd spot.
Well, there, you know, spotters, they're calling saying, look, Gordon's car's really fast. He's on the move. Don't hold him up. Let him go.
Let's see what they're running at the line here, Darrell.
Well, great driving. How's your temp?
There you see Jeff Gordon. That's the reason he's on the move. He had the fastest speed at the line.
Mayfield giving up a spot to Jimmy Johnson, and now 1 to Tony Stewart.
I think if I recall, Jimmy Johnson's car is probably a little on the free side right now. They set that car up for later on in the race. When the track will get tighter, that car will get better.
Well, this is definitely one of the racetracks. As more rubber gets down, you burn that fuel load off, gain that nose weight, the tires give up, it starts to slide the nose.
This is when the crew chief's probably saying, hey, man, just hang in there. It'll come to you.
Now NASCAR was going to roll a caution at lap 40 because yesterday's final practice was rained out. They have now advanced that and told the teams that if they put out a caution, it would not come until lap 60. Jeff?
Mike, right now that's lap number 60 could be playing in the favor of Dale Earnhardt Jr. as well as Jack Sprague, but they're going to have to get up on the wheel. The leader is gaining on them about 3 to 4 tenths a lap. Last time I checked, they're almost straight away from getting a lap down as far as the leader is concerned. Rusty Wallace is gaining really quickly on these guys.
Here is Junior. There are only 5 cars separating him from race leader Rusty Wallace. Jeff Green, Ward Burton, Kenny Wallace, Larry Foyt, and the white car will be Tony Raines, who's a lap down, and there's our race leader. Steve?
Mike, I spoke with Tony Uri Jr., one of the crew chiefs on the 8 car this morning. He said that they were very concerned about getting laps early in this race. They were going to set the car up on the tight side so that Junior could run the high side of the racetrack.
Yeah, Steve, he's about 6.5 seconds from being lapped. Jimmy Spencer in the 7 car caution this out.
Junior just slid through.
Caution out at lap 38.
Greg Biffle just turned Spencer around right there. I don't know what he was thinking.
And all those cars were saved from going a lap down, except of course Spencer.
I better be sure it wouldn't. It might have been the 0 car. They look so much alike. It's hard to tell. I believe it actually was the 0 car. Sorry, Greg. But the 0 and the 16, I mean, if you just can't tell them apart.
Here's what Dale Jr. saw.
Boy, that right there is when you have to really, really set on a hot stove. And
it looked like possibly Jimmy Spencer just lost it.
No. Just wait.
Roof flap deployed, right front pushed in. Now, there's the problem we're fighting with, and when you look at it across the racetrack half a mile away, one black and red car looks pretty much like another.
Now, I know people say, well, they got a yellow number on the top of that one, but, you know, we don't see it that much.
So now let's back that off to where we have to see them from at this distance.
So my sincere apology to Greg Biffle, and I think when we get a good look at what happened, I think we'll see the 0 is pushing old Mongo out of his way.
So now NASCAR has decided that, excuse me, Larry, that this will be the competition, count as the competition caution. We're 38 laps into this race, and when pit road opens for everyone, which should be the next time by, this will count as the competition caution as well.
Yeah, pit road's closed right now. Of course, Jimmy Spencer comes to pit road. Also, Jeff Green in the 1 car who has some damage on the rear. The penalty would be, of course, go to the rear of the field. Jimmy Spencer, they didn't have any choice.
Spencer wasn't happy with his car here. Said didn't qualify, didn't practice very well.
No, he was, but his car wasn't handling well at all. He's running up the racetrack, and that's what opened the door for the 0 to get under him. But as they came off the 4, the 0 just got into the left rear of Jimmy and turned him around.
So we'll follow the 3 leaders down pit road. The rest of the field will likely follow them.
Pit road speed 35 miles per hour. Yeah, pretty much everybody on the lead lap will be to pit road, and I'm sure it'll be for 4 tires, full of fuel, some adjustment. Ryan Newman all the way at the end of pit road. Rusty Wallace will be at the opening about pit 10 or 11, so he'll get to his pit box first.
Dick Berggren.
Jimmy Johnson, winner the last 2 weeks in a row, is going to be stopping about in the middle of pit road. He has no one behind him, but he has a car in front of him. Steve.
Donald Richardson and Rob Fuller change tires on that 2 car. Dick, they take 1 pound out of the left front. Rusty Wallace is away to back.
Ryan Newman's team going to work on the left side. Service complete. He's going to beat his teammate Rusty off. Also the 24 team. He was tight. They made a chassis adjustment.
Another great stop for Robbie Reiser and Matt Kenseth's crew.
Yeah, and the 21 to 99 just ran all over each other as they exited pit road. This is a difficult, probably is next to Martinsville, one of the most difficult as far as being narrow and trying to get down through there.
Yeah, it's like running out of a funnel. I think if Ryan Newman had not have spun the tires so bad leaving his pit box, he may have beat his teammate. But I think possibly Rusty Wallace won the battle there. You see Ricky Rudd in the 21 car told his crew we did hit hard.
Yeah, they hit pretty hard. He shot right down out into the 99.
See all the damage right there at the bottom of the right front fender.
Here's the race off pit road.
Come back in here. Come back in here. Let's fix that right front fender.
They're calling Ricky Rudd back in. And Newman, who just had to squirt straight out of his pit.
Boy, he did beat him by about the length of the front nose.
That's a lot these days, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So it's Newman, Wallace, and Kenseth.
Guys, let's fix that right front fender, guys. Come on. Pit this time, 3,400.
Here's what happened as Rudd exited the first time.
There it is, right on the side of Jeff Burton, the 99 car.
McBurgren.
Ricky Rudd has pitted. The damage is to the right front corner. 4 different crew members in the process of pulling that fender out. Pretty well pushed in, Mike, but it doesn't look as if he's done any major damage to the suspension of that race car. But they called for the baseball bat to try to get the thing out. One of the great tools in stock car racing, a baseball bat to get the fender away from the tire.
Swinging for the fences in the Ricky Rudd pit. We're under caution at Dover at 42 laps.
You know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker, too, I've made some great new friends in racing. Yesterday, Jeff Hammond took me to the rodeo.
Next up, steer wrestling. No, Big Sam, no, not that kind of wrestling, no.
But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 with Veggie Free, because you never know when you're going to need it.
There's always a Wallace running behind me.
Now I know I can control the anger.
Bruce.
Well, I get angry and I get into trouble.
Trouble?
I break stuff. But it takes a lot for me to lose control.
Thank you, Bruce. Edward? Obviously, we have more work to do.
Truth is, you may not win the grand prize, but don't sit inside and feel sorry for yourself. Get out and drive your consolation prize. Enter the Citgo Peel Out, Reel In, and Win $1 Million Challenge. And you just might have to settle for a Roush Stage 3 Mustang, a Triton Bass Boat, a Kawasaki ATV, or jet ski, or one of over 1,000 other prizes. Or maybe you'll get really lucky and take home the grand prize, $1 million. Enter at your participating Citgo.
39 lead lap cars. Jimmy Spencer a lap down. Tony Raines 2 laps down with crash damage as we get set to go back to green here at Dover with 44 laps complete. Ryan Newman beat his teammate out of the pits and he leads Rusty Wallace, Matt Kenseth, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, and Jeremy Mayfield. But it's Kurt Busch on the move on the outside, turn 2. Boy, that bump with the wall didn't scare him from the outside there as he goes past Terry Labonte.
Boy, Mike Wallace, he got a whale of a restart. He went around about half the field on the outside. I don't know if that's going to fly or not.
Yeah, we're hearing that NASCAR is black flagging. He'll have to come to pit road for a stop and go for jumping the restart.
Well, he was a little early, but it sure looked good from up here.
And at 35 miles per hour down this pit road, that's probably going to cost you a couple of laps.
Jeff Gordon for third on Matt Kenseth. Slips underneath him, takes the spot.
Jimmy Johnson in the 48, Jeff's teammate, he's going to take advantage of Matt Kenseth being kicked to the high side.
Boy, give it up right here. You don't want to race side by side very long. It's just not a good idea.
They stay side by side long. Tony Stewart in the 20 car, he's going to take advantage of that hole Jimmy Johnson's trying to poke as well.
You just get that car on the inside loose. He bobbles a little bit, and up into you he comes. You go in the wall, he goes on.
Stewart makes the pass. Kenseth drops in line, and Mike Wallace comes down pit road for the black flag penalty that will probably put him a lap down.
The thing that impresses me about the 24 and the 48 is how they get off of the corner so low underneath the people. In the gas. They're not playing around. They're getting after it. I think Jimmy Johnson, I think Jeff Gordon said, you better follow me if you want to get to the front.
Gordon has caught Rusty Wallace for second place. Right there.
Tony Stewart's looming right there as well. And if I'm Tony Stewart, the way things have been going for him, I'd just be sitting there wondering what's going to happen today.
Gordon passes Rusty again on the low side and sets off after Ryan Newman, who has become the 82nd different Winston Cup driver ever to lead laps here at Dover.
Now, so far, nobody's put up much of a fight for Jeff. I mean, he's driven up to him. They've moved up. He's gone on. I wonder if Orion will be as a cooperative.
I'm going to tell you, a guy that started back in 20th, pretty good in happy hour, 2 top 10 finishes here last year. Ricky Craven in that tied number 32 car. Remember, 2 years ago, he should have won this race had it not been for a late race pit stop, and he's up in 11th position. He's been getting about a car about every lap, every other lap.
Craven, think about him running at Rockingham, Larry. I know that's a mile high bank racetrack. It's asphalt, but the way he runs at Rockingham, and that seems to work pretty good for him here as well.
You're watching from 4th place Jimmy Johnson. Back at 5th place Tony Stewart in the battle of boards, nails, and hammers.
Tony's just able to pick the throttle up so much quicker than Jimmy Johnson, but he just can't get a lunge enough to get underneath him.
Got to be able to stay in the throttle. You can run through the center of this corner wide open, these corners wide open, but you got to get out of the gas to make it.
Ricky Rudd made that pit stop to pull out the right front fender. He now battles Brett Bodine for 32nd place, trying to come back up through the pack. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has not made a whole lot of ground. He's just in front of this group. So from his stay on pit road, from the first caution, he's up to 31st.
Kind of run the corners here, Mike, like you go in, you let off early, then you get trouble. Here we go. Oh gosh, and 0-1 car almost went around. Sorry guys.
Mike Wallace had made his penalty stop, gone a lap down.
He and Brett Bodine just about did a D-do down the front here.
Let's have a look at it.
Here he is. He gets up under him, and this is what I keep talking about. Trying to stay under a guy off the corner is so difficult to do.
You're just carrying so much speed, and just the law of physics carries you to the outside of the racetrack.
He got down on the apron a little bit, got it juking, and juked right up into the 11.
Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon, and Rusty Wallace now has Tony Stewart breathing down his neck. And there goes Stewart up to 3rd place.
Yeah, I think Rusty possibly looked at that rearview mirror. I've been watching the score monitor. Stewart had been beating him about 0.2 of a second a lap, so he knew, you caught me that quick, you know, go on by me.
Ryan Newman, pole sitter and race leader at 55 complete. Here's Matt.
Before the caution, like Ryan Newman said, his car was extremely tight. The wedge adjustment on that lap 41 stop hasn't seemed to help. He says the car is still tight. Owner Roger Penske told him to try to work on his entry. Just don't drive it in so deep. See if that'll help you out till we can fix it on the next stop. To Steve Burns.
Matt Ryan Newman's teammate Rusty Wallace experiencing the same handling conditions. He just radioed Billy Wilburn and said his car is tight.
Yeah, Steve, Rusty continues to lose more and more positions. He's all the way back to 7th place now.
And what happens here, you be going along and everything seems to be okay. Maybe I'm a little tight, but buddy, all of a sudden it's like you flip a switch. It's like you flip the switch. The car just goes all to pieces. You can't keep it on the bottom. You can't do anything with it.
But the nice thing about this place, Darrell, if you can ride it out to your next pit stop, you can get right back in the game.
And a lot of it is air pressure, Mike. The cars bounce here so much, a little pop, 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 that it builds up air pressure. When it gets to a certain point, the tires just won't grip anymore.
Tony Stewart and Jimmy Johnson, their cars are getting better. So is Jeff Gordon's and Ryan Newman. They have each just turned their personal quickest laps of the race, as have Jeremy Mayfield and Dale Jarrett.
Mike, Larry, Darrell. The other thing is, again, go back and remember we had a lot of rain here in the area last night since these guys last practiced. The racetrack's going to be going through a lot of changes now. Rusty and Ryan both said they had the good race cars at the end of that first practice yesterday. Racetrack totally different. So as the track goes through these changes today, it should come to them if their cars are set up like that. Because again, you talked about how the rubber gets on top of the racetrack and it gets kind of greasy. So it may get better for them as the day goes on.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you don't want to do early on is make a bunch of changes in your race car and then have to wait to get it, undo it, and put it back like it was.
I'm going to tell you what, that 20 car, that Home Depot car, he is pretty stout. He just drove by Jeff Gordon. Of course, that puts him in 2nd position. And right now, he's about a second behind our leader right now, Ryan Newman in the 12 car.
Ryan Newman out in front by 1.1 seconds. Tony Stewart. Jeff Gordon, 1.2 back. Jimmy Johnson, 2.5 seconds off the lead.
A lot of cars are moving up the track now, Mike, Larry. You can see them running up a lot higher.
Dick Berggren.
Jimmy Jimmy Johnson is having a good run for himself today, Mike. He started in 5th position, worked himself up just one more spot to 4th. He just got on the radio, said the car is too tight. Jeremy Mayfield has dropped back from 3rd to 8th. And before the pit stop, he said the car was tight coming off the corners. They adjusted on the pit stop. He just got back on the radio again and said the car is tight coming off the corners, so they didn't fix it.
63 laps complete. The showers have moved away, and Ryan Newman has led 22 of the 63 laps so far at Dover International Speedway.
One pizza, one pizzone.
What's a pizzone?
The Pizzone. It's back at Pizza Hut. Now get any large pizza for your family and get a Pizzone of your own for only $2.99.
What's a pizzone?
It's a big taste in a big folded pizza crust filled with cheese and luscious ingredients like pepperoni or fresh veggies. Everything deliciously sealed inside and baked to perfection, plus marinara sauce. Just $2.99 when you buy any large pizza at regular price. No one makes the whole family happy like Pizza Hut.
So this is a pizzone.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's an exterior decorator for your backyard, a place to piece together all your ideas, where you'll find the best of everything from barbecue grills to patio furniture, all in one place. And maybe learn a little something you didn't know. It's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work. It's a backyard vacation in the making. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
I mean, my haircut is nice, the dye job, it worked. Good. It's good, huh?
Uh-huh. You charge the batteries, right?
Yes.
And I look good?
Yes. Hey, Dale. We're here for the interview.
Oh, right. Where do y'all want to do it?
You know, wherever you're most comfortable.
Thanks, guys.
Any tailgater with a few brats under his belt knows if you don't turn them, you burn them. So, if you're going to jockey those Johnsonville brats around the grill, come prepared. Or at least, prepared to improvise. Welcome to Heaven on a Bun. Welcome to Johnsonville.
Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get track pads. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
Half a lap ago, Tony Stewart swept underneath Ryan Newman to become the 3rd different leader of the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400. From the helicopter, Darrell, let's have a look at the lead change.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, actually. Again, it just looked like Ryan said, okay, I know you're back there. I know you're a little quicker. He just slid it up the hill and let Tony go by. Up he goes. And
out of turn 4.
Looks down there, sees Tony's there. Checks up a little bit early, lets him go.
Smart move right there.
Yeah, don't need to race him. He's faster than you are.
Steve Park got the left side of his car roughed up as Jack Sprade made a bold move past Park and Kenny Schrader. So Park has had to pit for left side tires, and he's fallen off the lead lap. Now, our Singular Wireless Virtual Crew Chief question. Vote from your Singular Wireless phone by sending text message FOX to phone number 191 or visit foxsports.com to vote online.
You know what? I think Dale Jr. and his crowd need to take a lesson from Tony Stewart and his crowd. Because Tony Stewart and those guys have had terrible luck, but they have not dropped their heads one bit. They've kept digging. He gets out there. Here he is leading the race again this week. And they show that they're championship caliber.
And he's not been feeling well at all this week either. Been fighting a little bit of a flu. Matt Yoakum, I think you have more.
Well, I talked to Tony this morning. He says he feels much better. But to talk about how this team has got the never say die attitude after Sunday night's Coca-Cola 600, Greg Zipadelli liked the way this car reacted to what Tony wanted. So they decided to bring the Charlotte car to Dover. They had thrashed to get their Bristol concrete car ready, put a new snout on it, but they're trying a little something different. Tony liked the way this car handled. They decided to thrash all week and bring it here to Dover.
just saw Rusty Wallace go by Matt Kenseth. That was a battle for 6. But yeah, in 8 starts here, Tony Stewart, the worst finish he's had is 11th. So I couldn't think of a better place to come when you've been having a little bit of bad luck.
Man, I tell you what, there's some hot and heavy racing going on back in here, guys. I'd like to be able to explain it, but I can't.
Smoke from Kenny Wallace.
Yeah, it's a left front tire rub. See that fender rubbing on that tire?
Yeah, you can see it right there, pouring off the left front fender. That's one of those places you don't want to cut a tire down at this place because it's a long way from the bottom of the racetrack. You go up there and hit that wall.
John Andretti has made a pit stop. And here comes the leader right up on Kenny Wallace. Caution is out.
Just trying to run it back to the line here. Caution's out for rain.
That's going to be a big break for Kenny Wallace right there. It'll give him a chance to fix this tire.
Larry Foyt, he's coming around.
Trying to make his lap up, and he will get back on the lead lap.
And here's what happened to Kenny Wallace.
Got it back of John Andretti, yeah.
Andretti was slowing to come on to pit road. And if he was signaling, Kenny didn't see him.
Yeah, because we just saw John Andretti on pit road, the 43.
What's that song? It's raining again?
Sadly, yes.
Goodness.
But you know, you showed that big wad of cars a while ago that was racing side by side, like Mark Martin, Steve Park, Brett Bodine, Kyle Petty. It was a big break for them because they wasn't far from getting lapped by Tony Stewart.
No, and they were racing like it too, Larry. They were bouncing off each other.
How do you put it? Desperation?
One of the biggest movers of the day was Jeff Burton, who started 28th and has come to 14th.
Of course, even though it's raining, everybody's going to come to pit road for 4 tires and adjustments.
Yeah, that damage to 21 and the 99 on pit road. It was behind the left front wheel on the 99, so I don't think it hurt it at all.
See the Fox tracks right there.
1st, 4th, and 7th place. Stewart, Johnson, Kenseth. Here's Dick.
Jimmy Johnson stops toward the rear of his pit stall. They're going to adjust both sides of the car, try to loosen it up just a little bit. It'll be a 4 tire stop. Right sides are all done. They got 2 tire changers, one named Quick and one named Pepe. Steve.
They're going to lower the track bar for Matt Kenseth, a turn and a half. He's a little bit too loose. 4 tires for Kenseth, Matt Yoakum.
And service complete on Tony Stewart's Chevrolet. It's going to be a race off pit road. No adjustments for Stewart.
Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson quick down the pit lane, or excuse me, Tony Stewart and Jimmy Johnson. So it's Stewart, the 12 of Newman, Darrell's favorite song.
It's our theme song this
Jeff
year.
Gordon.
Jeff Gordon had a little trouble. Looked like he came out late there. Get an umbrella concession.
Caution is out for rain in Dover.
Look at the umbrellas.
I mean, my haircut is nice. The dye job, it worked.
Good.
It's good, huh?
Uh-huh.
You charge the batteries, right?
Yes.
And I look good?
Yes.
Hey, Dale. We're here for the interview.
Oh, right. Where do y'all want to do it?
You know, wherever you're most comfortable.
Thanks, guys.
Know what's great about listening to in-car audio?
You run right into me going into 3, just like it did 4 years ago.
You're not just inside the car.
10-4, boss.
You're inside their heads.
It's going to get ugly up here.
Get Track Pass with Pit Command and listen to in-car audio all race long. Just log on to America Online, enter keyword NASCAR, or go to NASCAR.com. With Pit Command, you'll never watch or listen to a race the same way again. NASCAR.com, America Online, keyword.
Dear overhead door, as you are aware, I have a tendency to crash into the garage when I get in from my night job. Your fast professional service on each of the 4 occasions I've called is appreciated, but mostly, I wanted to thank you for suggesting I get the yard light. Thankfully, Frank M.
The genuine, the original overhead door. The only folks you need to know.
We're here at a NASCAR race to take a survey. First question, does anyone sell as many high-quality auto parts as Napa? That'd be a no. Does anyone sell more hard-to-find parts than Napa? again, does anyone have as many ASE certified employees? Last question. Would you like to get paid for this survey? Just checking. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and everyone's important.
Have you been looking around for a lawnmower with superb maneuverability, exceptional cutting performance, and uncompromised durability? Grasshopper has been the choice of discriminating users for over 30 years. A variety of mower decks make it easy to mulch, discharge, or collect your clippings. With a wide selection of year-round attachments, your Grasshopper will keep working season after season. Grasshopper, your next mower.
Available at Gibbs Equipment in Bellevue.
On FX.
No desk, no band.
I don't think so.
I'll watch it.
The Orlando Jones Show, premiering Monday, June 16th, only at 11, only on FX.
Welcome back on FX in Dover, Delaware, this Visa race break. Let's take a look. Dodge had the top 3 spots when the race began. Of course, Ryan Newman on the pole, but his teammate, Rusty Wallace, took a quick early lead, but quick like at the end of the first lap. Casey Mears spun out. 8 cars were involved.
Yeah, right there, Casey Mears got in the outside wall for turn 4, and it triggered 8 car pilots from behind right there, including Mike Skinner, Jeff Green, Ward Burton, Tony Raines. A lot of cars damaged.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. took a little damage, and Jimmy Spencer, a little bump from Jack Sprague.
Yeah, a little bump from Jack Sprague, and around he went, and right there the race off of pit road, and Ryan Newman regains the lead from teammate Rusty Wallace.
On lap 42, but then Tony Stewart on lap 70. Stewart, who has won in Dover once before, taking the lead, and that's where we are now, 81 laps into a 400-mile race.
You see right there, Tony Stewart came in first, out first, good pit stop for him. A couple of guys right there who improved, especially Sterling Marlin, who was back there in 5th. Had a little trouble right there, come out in 4th, but Matt Kenseth did not have as good a pit stop as you normally would see him. But look at Sterling Marlin, 14.7, in and out, 42.1 right there. Good stop for that crew right there.
An important way to make up ground in Sterling Marlin, a guy who has not run well here traditionally, as we welcome you inside the Hollywood Hotel, but a guy who has inched his way up in the top 10 in points, has yet to win a race this year.
Yeah, they've kind of come up here this weekend with a little bit of a different approach. They haven't qualified well, so Tony Glover and that whole team, along with Lee McCall, decided, well, look, Sterling, what do you need? So they unloaded the race car on Friday and ran basically race runs to get him kind of acclimated to the racetrack, bolted 4 tires on him, got him a good solid starting position, and now you look at him, I think he's got a really good chance here today as they're going through this whole process. They feel like they're ahead of the curve as far as this racetrack's concerned. Good shape so far in 4th position.
Tony Stewart leading currently. Rusty Wallace did lead the first 41 laps. We're under a caution, and this has been a Visa race break. We'll be back in Dover, Delaware here on FX in just a moment.
Stay cool. FX presents the story of the bank robbery that became the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Suspects armed with AK-47.
And reminded America why police officers are heroes.
Officer down.
Get that man out of here! Michael Madsen, Ron Livingston, Mario Van Peebles. There's nothing we have in 44 minutes, based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
Season after season, year after year, no other wood protector will stand up to the elements like the new Behr Premium Weatherproofer with silicone. Formulated for protection in the toughest environment. Your backyard. Behr Premium Weatherproofing Wood Sealer and Finish with silicone. 4-year protection, guaranteed. Behr. Get it right. Every time.
There's only one VTX 1800. The biggest, baddest, most powerful V-twin you can ride. Built from the ground up to be unique, with a full line of accessories, so you can customize the VTX as extreme as you want to be. And now, we'll start you off with $1,000 of Honda genuine accessories to turn our VTX into your VTX. Start building the ultimate VTX now at your Honda dealer.
Are you Brad? I'm Alex.
No, it's not Brad.
Blind date.
Sorry, Alex.
Hey, you must be Brad.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Alex.
You
Smirnoff Ice Triple Black, premium malt beverage.
So, what is your name?
Have you noticed that our not-so-secret car also looks just like Jack Sprague and Greg Biffles, but there's the number you need to log on to foxsports.com or NASCAR.com and enter our NASCAR Be a Grand Marshal for a Day contest. If you're the winner, you will start the race, ride in the pace car, keep a close watch on the Weather Channel, and wave the checkered flag at the Winston Cup race at Rockingham. The Be a Grand Marshal for a Day contest continues throughout the Fox half of this season.
And hold our umbrella for us.
Right.
I'm going to get a great big umbrella. You know how they get those things put them on your picnic table or your pool table out by the pool?
Right.
You open it up, covers up the table. You need one of those for a racetrack.
That'd be nice, but 25-mile-an-hour winds?
Get a lot of people to hold. All the fans would hold it.
Yeah, we'll just stand under it.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Jimmy, on a scale of 1 to 10, tell me how tight it is.
The center, as I'm back on the gas getting going, it's good. The further around I get, I just start to lose front grip. As I build my momentum up, probably we're on a scale of 10, right?
Yes.
I always seem to call 2, but I'd say since I always call 2 and you know what 2 is, it's 2.
And what he's saying, Mike, is what I was saying there earlier. You drive in, you roll by the throttle, you get right to the entrance of the corner, you mat it wide open, and you run the center of the corner wide open. Now the tip is to be able to run off the corner that way, but very seldom can that happen. You start having to feather the throttle a little bit to make the front end grip. And that's what he's complaining about. I can't run off the corner wide open like I need to.
The more speed he picks up, the worse it gets.
Yeah, I mean, you can get back in the gas and run the center of the corner pretty hard, but then you got to exit. That dadgum wall gets in the way, I swear.
Dover International Speedway is the most unique of racetracks. The light gray there, that is the Speedway, but inside it is a harness track that runs around the inside of it, and over here, beautiful 10-story hotel and the Dover Downs Casino. Slot machines were added to the horse tracks to keep them healthy in the state of Delaware after legislation was passed several years ago, and now this is a thriving facility, not just a few weekends a year, but all the time.
I believe one of our broadcast members has been on that horse track.
I was just going to tell you, I've raced on both of them. Hammond was working on my sulky. It didn't run too good.
Was Hammond carrying the harness?
My horse threw a shoe.
Lucky's been set up.
You're a cheat.
Oh!
Those are mine.
Can anyone but his boys get him back in the game?
Remember me.
Lucky. An all-new episode Tuesday at 10 on FX.
We can teach our kids manners. Right from wrong. And how to make friends. But you know who's going to teach them what it feels like to get really big goosebumps? Mother Nature. Go on, pursue your passions. Go RVing. Call for a free video and visit an RV dealer.
And now it's all Holyfield.
You know, for $1 million, I would totally go around with Holyfield. What? What? How bad could it be?
That's all you got?
Tell it over a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
Look at this. The ring girl likes me.
I know a little something about making good moves. So if you're thinking about Viagra, one of the best moves you can make is a pit stop to see your doctor.
Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you.
Make your move. Talk to your doctor about Viagra today.
To learn more, race over to Viagra.com.
What are you doing, Bobby? Making a reality show. Who wants to marry a Texan? But he's already married. Shh, we don't reveal that until the last episode. Well, why are you filming him changing his Autolite double platinum plugs? He always says nothing outperforms the platinum to platinum firing of an Autolite plug. It's part of what makes him a great catch. Autolite, it's time to change your plugs. Dad, how about voting somebody off the driveway?
MBNA and Marine Corps Law Enforcement Foundation are raising funds for families that lost soldiers in Iraq or Afghanistan. 2 ways to contribute. You can either log on to affsaf.org or look for the contribution barrels at NASCAR races at MBNA booths.
Joe Gibbs, owner of the defending Winston Cup championship team of Tony Stewart. Let's go to his pit. Matt?
And Greg Zipadelli, we were joking around this morning. You were hoping to pull out the old setup sheet from '99, but doesn't look you need it today.
No, Home Depot Monte Carlo's running good. These guys have worked hard. We've just got to keep doing what we're doing, keep our fingers crossed. We've had a good car since we unloaded here at Dover, and it's a place Tony likes, place we've had some success. Hopefully we can turn this season around right here and you know, make a charge back to the front where this team deserves to be for their work and effort. A lot of good guys there. It's a little bit tough this time of year right now with the finishes we've had, but
a good call to bring the Charlotte car.
Yeah, this is a car we ran in California, Charlotte, and hopefully come out here in one piece and go to Michigan.
Thanks, Zip.
Look at the difference in Tony Stewart's seasons. Ran first to California, finished 41st. He was in contention at Richmond and Charlotte, but finished way in the back and is 20th in points.
Yeah, I mean, that's what really hurts. Most of those races where he had that DNF, I mean, he had one of the best race cars, if not the best race car, in a couple of them.
Well, I'm the classic never say never guy, but when you get 500 points behind, even this early in the year, that's monumental.
And you know, he won this championship last year, Darrell, and you and I have talked a lot about this with 6 DNFs. I don't think you can do that this year. I just think the competition's more on their game.
Two fellows who are well on the move but started deep. One is Robbie Gordon, who had that apparent ignition problem before the start of the race. He has now climbed up to 16th place. The other is the 99 of Jeff Burton, who started 28th, and he has climbed to 14th. There's Burton as we get set for a restart. 35 cars on the lead lap here at Dover. 88 of 400 miles complete.
Mike Skinner, who spent about 80 laps in the garage, he's back out on the racetrack now after being involved in that first lap crash.
Now, Jeff Gordon was not one of the first cars off pit road. Why not, Matt?
Well, Mike, he lost 6 positions on pit road. The reason he had to go around Tony Stewart to make his way into his pit box. So slow entry, a decent stop at 14.5, but then he had to back up to exit his pit to get around his teammate, Terry Labonte.
Boy, Mike, Craven really packed that thing in the third turn. He's working on the outside here, looking pretty good.
And normally anywhere we go where you start getting a second and third groove, Ricky Craven along with your brother Michael is the first ones to go up there and work that groove in.
I don't think it's that good yet, though, because I mean, they're starting to inch up a little bit. There's about a lane and a half.
Craven drops in line in front of Kurt Busch, the season's only 2-time winner, who runs in 10th.
Tell you what, Terry Labonte in that 5 car right there, I mean, he has a good race car. He's back in that good qualifying run up on last pit stop. His guys picked up 2 position. He just goes by Rusty Wallace, and that's for 5th position. So here 100 laps into this thing, he's having a good day.
We heard at the top of the day how close in setup all the Hendrick cars are. As Labonte, they have 3 cars of 4 in the top 10. Now, one of the big stories today, or this week, Ward Burton and Kenny Wallace, the Bill Davis team. This week, it was announced that during Charlotte race weekend, Bill Davis, the team owner, was informed that Dodge had terminated their contract and withdrawn all factory support. That's engineering support, wind tunnel time, free parts and equipment. They are no longer a factory team. They can certainly run Dodges if they want. But John Fernandez, who runs the program for Dodge, described it as a material breach of the contract. He would not elaborate, and Bill Davis would not comment.
Well, I'd sure like to know the rest of the story, and I'm sure we'll find out one of these days.
Riding with Michael Waltrip right here in the 15 car. He's back there in 12th position. This is a big battle of cars here. Start with Ricky Craven, 2 cars in front of him. Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 right in front of him. These guys have been going at it hard. And there you see Bobby Labonte, 4 straight top 3 finishes the last 4 races. In the 18 car, he's moving in the picture as well.
What I like about Craven, Mike, Larry, he went up there, he tried that outside, and he said, "Rope's not ready yet." He got back down on the inside and got in line.
Looking back at Jeff Burton in the Sitco car, the 99 car, we've been watching him. He's been pretty good too. Looks like where he's so good, he runs off the corner hard. He just can't quite complete the pass here on Kevin Harvick. This is a battle for 14th.
The Burton said what he liked about his car was that it wasn't fast, but it didn't fall off. That is, as a run went longer on one set of tires, the lap times didn't grow that much.
Well, that's a driver likes that. The problem is if cats up front get too far away from you, and then you can't catch them back. So it's a comfortable car to drive. I don't know that that's all like a great thing.
We talked about Ricky Craven finishes here. Jeff Burton, he as well had 2 top 10 finishes here last year.
The reason I say that, Mike, is because I know what that's like, and you always end up saying, well, if I wasn't so slow on the start, I could have been up there racing with them, but they got away from me.
Dave Blaney, another new paint scheme for the 77, the Jasper car. This is the Too Fast, Too Furious car this week, commemorating the launch of that movie. As Kyle Petty goes past teammate John Andretti, Michael Waltrip draws a bead on Kevin Harvick, and he's going to tow that green 18 of Bobby Labonte with him.
Yeah, it's almost like Kevin Harvick. He's stacked up behind his teammate right now, Steve Park, in the 30 car. Steve's 2 laps down, way back in 38th position. Harvick's probably not real happy with what's going on here right now.
Larry, he was going on. I mean, he was passing cars. All those cars that are getting ready to go around him, he passed every one of them. Then he got trapped. He couldn't get out of the box.
And that, maybe, Darrell, is one of the drawbacks to having teammates. He gave his buddy a break, and he paid the price as the field tried to sweep underneath him.
I'm telling you what, that is some close racing right there, and that 30 car just got them all bottlenecked up. Can't get around him. He's got the outside, and they keep boxing everybody in.
This is the kind of situation, Darrell, where it looks like the spotter earns his money as you come up on that pack. He's got to guide you for where the lane is moving.
But you know what I like about what Park's doing? He's holding his line. He's not moving around. He's not trying to do it. He's just staying right there. You got to figure out how to get around me.
And the reason he's 2 laps down, he thought he had a flat while ago right before the caution came out. He came to pit road, did not have a flat tire, but he has his hands full of that race car. It's not very good.
Dave Blaney works underneath Park, and here comes Sterling Marlin.
Well, that 40 car, Larry, this weekend is starting to look like the 40 of last year, the 40 of old.
Well, and again, a lot like Matt Kenseth. When you qualify up front like that, like Sterling Marlin, when you normally don't, his average start this year has been 30th. That's a sign he's probably going to have a good race car. You heard Jeff Hammond talk about how they worked on race setup on Friday. I think with the shortage of practice yesterday, that helped that race team.
Well, and I don't care what anybody says. Sterling had to stay out of that car at the end of last year. You get back in it this year. Takes a little bit of time to get your confidence back and get back going like you're accustomed to.
Friday night in the casino here, Marlin and Tony Glover were scooping coins out of those buckets by the handfuls and having a big time. They were a couple of happy campers.
We look at the Fox tracks right there. Jeff Gordon in the 24, Jimmy Johnson in the 48, Terry Labonte in the 6. In fact, Terry Labonte's going to drive underneath his teammate.
He just went around the 48 car, or went under the 48 car.
And Matt Kenseth as well. So it looks like Jimmy Johnson, he's in trouble as Rusty Wallace in the 2 starts to work on him as well. But it's amazing those 3 teammates running there 4th, 5th, and 6th. Talked about it earlier, how their setups were so close this week.
Look at the veterans up toward the front, like Marlin now 3rd. Terry Labonte in 5th, Rusty Wallace up to 7th. There's old drivers and bold drivers. I'm glad there's still a few old, bold drivers. Tony Stewart leads at 105 laps at Dover International Speedway on FX.
Yes! Hey guys, come on, let's go!
Tonight. Let's do it, Dale.
Honey, are you sure you have the ticket?
Yeah, come on, let's go!
Jeff, tonight's your night.
Come on! Yep, in the car, in the car.
Don't forget your tickets. The Pepsi 400, July 5th at Daytona International Speedway. Get in on the action. Call 1-800-PIT-SHOP or visit DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com. NASCAR. Don't miss this celebration under the lights.
Honey, are you sure you brought the ticket?
Due to overwhelming demand, United Steel Factory will continue to offer pre-engineered steel buildings of every size at factory prices, from residential garages to large commercial buildings. No building too small, no building too large. Why use wood or cement? No painting, no termites, no wood rot. All steel do-it-yourself bolt-together design guaranteed to meet your local building codes. Save thousands on pre-engineered steel buildings. Call 1-888-75-STEEL or go to UnitedSteelFactory.com. That's 1-888-75-STEEL.
This is Bob. Bob is looking cool. And with a call to Enzyte about natural male enhancement, Bob is living large. In a few short weeks, Bob has a big new spring of confidence. A generous swelling of pride. And the one thing every man deserves, a little well-earned respect from the neighborhood. Now, for a limited time, you can get a free 30-day sample box of Enzyte. Just call or go online today. Enzyte, the once-daily tablet for men. This is Bob. Bob is playing well. That's because not long ago, Bob decided to go big time. New clothes, new clubs, and a call to Enzyte, the effective, reliable way to natural male enhancement. And in just a few short weeks, Bob has a big new swing of confidence, a little well-earned respect, and a very happy partner back at the clubhouse. Now, for a limited time, you can get a free 30-day sample box of Enzyte. Just call or go online today. Enzyte, the once-daily tablet for men.
The story of the most intense shootout in LAPD history. 44 minutes. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
An FX original movie, 44 minutes, the North Hollywood Shootout, based on the true story of the most intense shootout in Los Angeles Police Department history. 44 minutes premieres tonight at 8 p.m.
Now
on FX.
Watch it, cars come up. You see what we talk about? Come up out of that corner down back there. That's coming off at 2. Now watch, up the hill. Now you go down. It's downhill just a little bit down the back straightaway, and then up the hill to go down into the third turn. So it's sort of like riding a roller coaster. You go up and down, and you can feel it too.
Roller coaster at about 150 to 60 miles per hour.
Oh yeah, baby.
Third place, Marlin trying to hold off Gordon. And Steve Hart may have gotten some left side damage when he got banged up earlier. He has taken his AOL Chevy to the garage.
I expect they'll go in there and make a few chassis adjustments on that.
Whoa, Sterling Marlin sideways on the backstretch. The 40 car hits the wall hard.
I didn't like the way he and Jeff Gordon, I've said it over and over and over again, you can't run side by side.
Caution is out.
Fourth caution of the day at lap 115.
Now see these two kids do that at Charlotte.
I can't tell.
Seemed to me like I remember this movie from Charlotte.
Sterling Marlin and Jeff Gordon.
Yeah.
Took us out.
Not sure.
You know what? I'll tell him thanks for that.
Not sure how much damage. Oh, look at that right rear wheel wobbling. There's
Guys, we're rolling.
You get two cars running so really close together.
It's coming up out of the hole right there off turn 2 like you were talking a while ago, Darrell.
It's only enough room for one car, and you try to get two down in there, and that's what happens.
hits first with the right front and then with the right rear.
You see, Jeff, that's where Jeff's been so good, is off the corner. But you need a lot of racetrack to be able to do that.
And at that speed, it don't take much of a little bump to get you out sideways.
I call that a nerf. But you see the damage.
Plink.
And trust me, when you got a guy underneath you like that and you're coming off the corner, you're drawing up in that car just hoping he doesn't hit you.
And it looked like it killed the right front, so Sterling has taken that car to the garage to make repairs. Fox Tracks on Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, and Matt Kenseth, our Winston Cup point leader.
Tony Stewart almost has to go all the way to the end of pit road into the 5th pit box. Matt Kenseth will peel off into the 10th pit box.
And the sun's out, Larry.
For the first time in a few days.
Give me some sunscreen.
Welcome sight. Dick Berggren.
Jimmy Johnson in the pits, and they've got some work to do on this automobile. It is loose off. Jimmy just got on the radio and said it will snap out around when he doesn't want it to. Steve.
Half pound out of the right front tire for Matt Kenseth. Chris Brook and Brian Dunaway are the tire carriers. Let's go to Matt.
No adjustments for Tony Stewart's Chevrolet. He said the car was great. Meanwhile, track bar adjustment on the 24 of Jeff Gordon. His car was tight.
Big rush off of pit road led by Robbie Gordon.
And that has a pretty good sign that he probably changed 2 tires, 2 right side tires, I would think, because he came in about 17th or 18th.
Yeah, he's too far. He's out way too early.
Yeah.
You know, just think about that 24 car and the 40 car. You remember the Winston?
2 weeks ago.
And then NASCAR had to call, I think they called down and told Jeff's team to tell him to calm down a little bit.
So the 4th caution of the day is out in the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400.
2 hot-headed teams transform their old clunkers into outrageous racing machines. Drive Shaft, coming in July, only on FX.
It's a proud day when you graduate from hot dogs and grill your first Johnsonville brat. So don't ruin it with a cattle prod. Sure, poke a dog or a burger, but never puncture a Johnsonville brat. Ever. When you learn how to keep all that juicy flavor inside a brat until it's safely tucked away, welcome to heaven on a bun. Welcome to Johnsonville.
Hi, I'm Michael Waltrip. Did you know that Napa Auto Parts has millions of parts available? So when you need a replacement part for your vehicle, chances are Napa has exactly the part you need, each as good as or better than the part it's replacing. You didn't know that? No, I just didn't know I was that good looking. Not splitting any money with you, though.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's an exterior decorator for your backyard, a place to piece together all your ideas, where you'll find the best of everything from barbecue grills to patio furniture, all in one place. And maybe learn a little something you didn't know. It's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work. It's a backyard vacation in the making. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Dale, I know you still don't want to race our truck, but you got to admit, the new logo makes it look a lot faster.
Okay, you can roll the film, John.
Look at that baby move.
Look, that's nothing. Just wait till you see this.
The MBNA Armed Forces 400 on FX is brought to you by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR, delivering a chance to win 4 tickets to the 2004 Daytona 500 by logging on to foxsports.com, keyword UPS Racing. Back to Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip, and Mike Joy.
Well, Robbie Gordon won the race off pit road, and here's the reason why. A 9-second pit stop combined with a short time down pit road, 2-tire change. He's gone from last to first.
And that's going to be interesting to watch because that was 25 laps on these tires. And what I've been told this week is the left front tire is getting as much work as any tire on the car. That's a lot of laps just to go with 2 right sides. We'll see how it works out. Already see Tony Stewart moving to the high side of him through 3 and 4, so Tony's not even going to let him lead 1 lap on the green, it don't look like.
In the meantime, a 43 car smoking down the back over there, guys.
And headed toward pit road. Sterling Marlin is in the garage making repairs from this 4th caution of the day. Steve?
Sterling, what happened out on the racetrack? 24 got a skin. I mean, that's twice in 3 races, and you know, what's early is uncalled for. I don't know what his problem is. I mean, that's a totally good race car. We just, you know, biding, making laps, making time, and you hate if all these boys on the Coors Light team work really hard. And I don't know, got to have a talk with him, see what's wrong. Can you get back out on the racetrack, Sterling? Can you fix it? Yeah, we got to put a rear end housing, up control arm, roll control arms, about everything.
A bad break for Marlin. That car hit hard with the right front and the right rear.
Right now, Robbie Gordon, that 31 car, the singular Wallace car, they have him kicked up to the high side. Terry Labonte in the 5's going underneath him right now for 4th with a whole slew of cars behind him. He just can't get to the bottom, but that car's just not driving very good. Looked like Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 car. He was all the way at the top of the racetrack in 1 and 2 that time, Darrell.
He had a little assist there. Him and the 54 got together and they took off up the track. Everybody made it okay, though.
And the word right now going up and down pit road is, hey, guys, 2 tires don't work too good.
That was before the race. They just didn't get the memo.
They got a confirmation now.
They didn't get the memo.
Well, Darrell, what Robbie Gordon's team had to be thinking is, as we've often said, cautions breed cautions, and if it had quickly bred another one, he would have had good track position.
Yeah, but I think it's the wrong time to do that. I think there's a better time, better place.
Tell you what, though, his teammate right there in the 29 car, Kevin Harvick, he just went underneath Michael Waltrip for 12th, has a pretty good race car.
Yeah, Kevin was making some really good moves there a little bit ago, Larry, and he got boxed.
Watch the 29 on the right side of your screen. Here he comes. Trying to make a little time in traffic.
Said hello, brother.
And I'm going to tell you what, that was a similar hit. It's just he hit him square in the rear. If he hit him in the left rear like Sterling Marlin got hit a while ago, then you go around.
Yeah, they were up a little more on the straightaway. You don't want to do that, but if you're going to do it, that's the better place to do it, if there is such a thing.
And Jeff Burton followed him right on through.
Did you see Michael drive it doon into turn 3 over there? Thought there might be a little retaliation, but I guess he couldn't quite make it.
Ricky Rudd, the 21, the 6 of Mark Martin, Jamie McMurray, and Ken Schrader. This is 24th on back. They're racing just as hard back here as up front.
These guys, they've just not been able to get any track position. And what happens, you know, when you're stuck back there, it don't take long. Your crew chief or spotter comes on radio, says, leader on the same straightaway as you are.
It's just really, really difficult, as we've said, to pass. You get that nose under somebody and it won't stick. And
Jimmy Johnson working on his Hendrick teammate Terry Labonte, and that will change 5th place.
I think based on what I heard them talk about earlier, you know, he talked about being too tight off the corner, Jimmy Johnson. I think they overreacted. I think they over-adjusted the car and freed him up too much. I think that pit stop there was probably a good time for him for it to happen.
Dick Berggren?
Darrell, you nailed it. Johnson came on the radio and talked about changing back to the way they had been before the prior pit stop, and that's what they did on the most recent pit stop. Now the car has come to life.
Mark Martin just got loose off turn 2, and that allowed Jamie McMurray to make the pass underneath. Now Ken Schrader draws a bead on the 6.
You know, when you think about Mark Martin here at Dover, last year he was leading this race. He had just come from the 600, won it. He had the fastest car here. Got in trouble on the back straightaway with a car spun in front of him. He hit it. I don't think Mark's been running all that good since.
Schrader makes the pass. Here comes Ricky Rudd and Dave Blaney. We've talked a lot about the Hendrick cars, and 3 of them are right up there. Jimmy Johnson 5th, Jeff Gordon 4th, Terry Labonte 6th.
Now Michael's already been bumped out of the way once, and Jack Sprague has been really, really aggressive. I mean, he has been kind of getting under people and rooting them up out of his way.
Joe Nemechek in the 25 car looks like this is an unscheduled pit stop for him.
Well, we mentioned the 3 Hendrick cars in the top 10. This was the other, and Nemechek's almost knocked the wall down a couple of times. Matt? We'll get back there in a second as Nemechek makes a 4-tire change. He was one of the cars involved in the lap 1 crash and may have sustained enough damage to knock the handle out of that car for the day.
Yeah, it's not handling good, Mike. He's been all the way up against the wall, running really high, just trying to get out of the way, I think.
Tony Stewart's lead now 2 seconds. There it is over Matt Kenseth. Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Terry Labonte, and Rusty.
They showed Joe Nemechek coming back up to speed, so that 4-tire green flag stop cost him right at 2 laps under green.
God, he was already 1 lap down, I know, maybe 2.
Yeah.
I don't think we can say enough about the way Terry Labonte has been running today, and I think that guy right there has a whole lot to do with it. What do you think, Matt?
Well, I totally agree with you, Darrell. Jim, a great day so far for you and the 5 team.
Oh, yeah, I'm really proud of this Kellogg's team. Started out a little tight. I think I over-adjusted this last stop, fell back a little bit. We've got a long way to go.
Jim told me this morning this team continues to make progress. Terry hasn't won in 144 races, but they feel like as this team continues to get better, that streak is going to come to an end.
Thanks, Matt. The 9th place race is getting to be a good one. Kurt Busch and Bobby Labonte are racing for 9th, right behind Ricky Craven and right in front of Kevin Harvick.
And just to follow up a little bit on Terry Labonte, you think about how well he runs at Bristol, has through the years. Concrete, high bank racetrack, similar feel, similar setup, I'd say.
Labonte just inching his way up on Kurt Busch. And 9th place changes hands.
Oh, car around the 16 car. I can see that number.
Yep.
We're right in front of a bunch of cars. He's going to go down and hit that wall. Caution is out.
One of the leaders in 3 and 4.
Caution at lap 138 for Greg Biffle, the Busch Series champion. He's damaged the right front and a little bit to the right rear. Finally gets purchased there in the wet grass and comes around.
Yeah, he's been running, you know, he's been running decent. But the car just got a little bit loose on him coming off the 4 and around chicane.
Joe Nemechek, who just had put those fresh tires on, he got one of his 3 laps back right then.
And we'll mention Casey Mears, who brought out the first caution of the day, is back on track, 130 laps down. Here's what happens to the 16 of Greg Biffle, turn 4.
It's all by itself.
Very lucky with all those cars coming at him.
He almost wasn't all by himself, but
let's ride along. Bring some Stratton on board, Cam.
See everybody to pit road for 4 tires. To me, the guy this is a real break for is Robbie Gordon, who those 2 tires didn't work out. He had fell all the way back to 16th position in about 18 laps.
Dick Berggren.
Now Jimmy Johnson's going to have his crew do a good bit of work to that car. They're going to pull a rubber out of the left rear, going to put a round in the left rear, a little bit of air pressure change. 4 tires going to go on the car, gas going to go in the car. Try that at your local service station. They're going to do the whole thing in under 15 seconds.
Just minor adjustments on the 17 of Matt Kenseth. They dropped air in the left rear, half a turn in the right rear. 4 tires for Kenseth. Matt Yoakum.
Leader Tony Stewart says no adjustments. Loves the way the car is handling. Matt Kenseth is out. He's going to beat Stewart off pit road. The 12 car, Ryan Newman, they made a track car adjustment. Has trouble on the 20 car. They are being held. Remember, before the day started, a lot of teams were telling their drivers it's not the outer edge where the concrete meets the pavement, it's the black line. A number of teams like the 24, 40, 48 put fluorescent tape on the edge of that black line just so their driver could see it.
That could be a very costly mistake because he's going to go from 1st to about 34th, which is how many cars about we have on the lead lap.
So there's something they can put in their book that's happened to them this year that probably hadn't happened before.
And actually what they're going to do, I think the penalty here, I'm just going to make sure, is hold him 1 lap, a 1-lap penalty, so he will actually be 1 lap down.
You're allowed to have the right rear tire hanging over that line, but not the right front. Tony Stewart's going to go down a lap.
Morning.
Those are all good, but after cheating on me, he deserves something way more painful.
Tell it over a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
They were inspected 2 years ago.
Well, you should have your brakes checked every year.
You know, there's a big difference in the quality of brake parts. Bargain brakes are no bargain. That's why I trust my car to Jim, because he only uses Raybestos brand brakes.
I'm never taking my car to another place again.
I've earned my customers' trust by only installing premium quality Raybestos brakes.
A life-saving reminder from Raybestos.
You know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner, I've made some great new friends in racing. But just last week, Scott Wimmer took me fishing. Man, I hope you drive better than you fish. But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Wait!
Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 if fed you're free, because you never know when you're gonna need it.
Who said Kenny can't run fast?
Senseless garage door destruction. A problem no more thanks to the twice as fast accelerator. Only from Genie.
You want to know why I rent from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Tony Stewart with a pit problem, and Jeff Hammond, the rules say in NASCAR on or over the line. An illustration here.
Exactly right here. This is the real part everybody works off right there, and that's the way Tony Stewart's car looked. Had that right front just over the line right there, on the line. So one lap penalty. Very clear about what the call was today.
He goes all the way from first to 32nd. They're getting ready to go green.
Long way to go, though, here, Chris. 258 to go as Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth, Jimmy Johnson, and Rusty lead him down for the restart.
A couple of inches cost him a mile.
And he lined up right behind Joe Nemechek, who's also a lap down, or actually 2 laps down. Tony Stewart right now falls in line 5th on the racetrack.
He'll get it back. I mean, his car has been that much better than everybody else's, but it's just the annoyance and the aggravation to have to go through it.
And once he gets it back, of course, then he'll have a long trip to get back to the front from the back.
That's the difficult part when you restart single file back in about 30th.
And despite 5 caution flags per incident, only 1 car is in the garage, Sterling Marlin, and they expect to come back out.
Let's look at what happened on our pit stop here. Let's look at a little bit of a pit summary as we ride with Rusty Wallace here in the Miller Lite car. There you see Tony Stewart, pit road, 108.5 seconds. Reason, they held him while the whole field went around. Ryan Newman goes from 3rd to 1st. I'm telling you the reason, yeah, they're having good pit stops, but pit selection. He sat on the pole on Friday. He got that best pit selection. He only has to move a few feet to win that battle off pit road.
Yeah, and as little, as small and crowded as this and narrow as this pit road is, that is a huge advantage.
Jeff Gordon working on Ricky Craven. This is for 5th place. A lap ago, Gordon passed Terry Labonte, who you see right behind Craven.
What happens to you is you get 4 fresh tires on you, you'd feel like Superman. You can do a lot of hard racing, but all of a sudden those babies go away and you hit somebody. Uh-oh, 54. Whoa, Dale Jr. just about turned to 54.
Saved it. Here's Steve.
Mike, we've been listening to Ricky Craven. He said that he had gotten loose getting into the turns on that last run. So when they pitted most recently, they took a ½ pound of air pressure out of both front tires and went down 1 round on the track bar.
But what they did, they lowered the track bar, Steve, to try to help that looseness getting in the corner. But what they did, to where they didn't over-adjust, they knew that could make him too tight center off. So they dropped the air pressures in the front tire, give him a little more front grip.
I know you heard me.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Well, let me show you why. Dale Jr. got to run on the 54 car here. Bodine, he's going to try to get under him here off the corner, and he just doesn't quite have enough room, and it almost messed up Kurt Busch. And you can hear Junior is feathering the throttle. That means that Todd Bodine must have been feathering it a little bit more.
I'm going to tell you what, Todd Bodine very lucky to save that race car. They're still at it.
Oh, it's not over.
A little casual, accidental contact can lead to some really big deals.
They're racing for 21st. Remember, Earnhardt Jr. was involved in the lap 1 accident.
The car isn't all that good, Dale Jr.'s, and he's really not made a lot of progress.
know it hadn't been that long since we went back racing, but I'm going to tell you, watching Tony Stewart right now, his car, it's not that good right now. I mean, he's just keeping tempo with Ryan Newman up there. He's not making any ground up on him.
And I think there's something amiss with Matt Kenseth. That last run down into turn 1 and 2, he about stopped in the middle of the corner, and Jimmy Johnson almost ran over it.
Larry, there's nothing wrong with Tony Stewart. You lose a lap like that, you just lose your focus for a little while. He gets that lap back, he'll be fine. But right now, he's pouting.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping tempo with Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth, and Jimmy Johnson right in front of him. The first, second, third place cars. He's just not making any gain on them.
Johnson is a lot quicker than Kenseth through the middle of the corner. But Kenseth's good off the corner, and that's what's keeping him in second place.
This is so reminiscent of the race that Jimmy won here. Well, he won them both last year, but the one we did, where he wasn't all that great the first couple of 100 laps. Before the second 100 laps, he really got good.
Darrell, this is one of those times, and Larry, you know this too, that when you've made a mistake like that in the pits and the driver's been up on that wheel all day long and he is kind of down, you've really got to be a good cheerleader. You've really got to get back in his head and say, look, man, we still got a long ways to go. We're not even, up there to halfway. We've got to get back on that wheel, get that lap back. We can win this thing. It's up to that crew chief now to try to right this ship.
And trust me, guys, he will have to work to get back on that lead lap, because those guys I know at the front of the field are smart enough. We don't want to let this 20 car back on the lead lap if we can possibly help it.
No, he's won here twice.
It will come back to haunt us.
That's right.
There you go. Watch what I'm talking about. Playing with the throttle off the corner. Now he's up on the straightaway. 100% throttle. No brake. Yeah, just touches it. Plays with the throttle. Plays with the throttle. Now up on the straightaway.
He's all the way up on the straightaway before he can get 100% full throttle.
And what you'd like to be able to do is right about here when he starts to pick it up is mat it, but you just can't quite do it.
And the further you're going to run, the worse that gets.
The less green we will see.
If we'd have been doing that on qualifying day, you'd have seen that thing full 100% way back in the middle of the corner.
Now, Darrell, sometimes we'll see a driver who's a left foot braker tap the brake coming up out of the corner. Why?
Well, it's just a comfort thing. Just a confidence thing. Man, you're going down the straightaway 180 miles an hour. It's nice to lay that foot over and know that the brakes are right there where you need them, if you need them. It doesn't affect the car one bit, because you're not standing on the brakes. You're just got your foot over there in case.
I'm going to tell you what, we're riding right here with Ricky Rudd in the 21 car, but we're looking back at Kurt Busch in the 97. He's back in 22nd position. Matt, his day has went somewhat amiss.
Larry, he also had trouble on pit road when he made his entry into his pit box. He overshot the pit, slid across the line. Then he had to back the car up. And then when they were done servicing the car, Tony Stewart was being held on pit road. He had to back up again. So 2 backups means costly for Kurt Busch on the scoring pylon.
And don't forget now, he bumped the wall over there earlier in the race, so he could, be having a little bit of handling problem.
But for the most part, what I'm hearing right there and what we've been seeing is 2 of the best cars here today. Their problems has been on pit road, not necessarily on the racetrack.
It's a very treacherous pit road.
Look down at the apron, you'll probably, we would have seen Casey Mears coming back on track and up to speed. So now the garage area has only Sterling Marlin.
As a matter of fact, this is one place we still go where they share, 2 cars have to share a pit.
Riding right here with Jimmy Johnson in the Lowe's car, the 48. You can see Tony Stewart so much faster through the middle of the corner, but Jimmy Johnson's pretty good off the corner. Tony can't get underneath him and complete the pass.
Tony's about half a tenth quicker on the stopwatch per lap. Not quite able yet to make that move.
Those 2's car are 74 and 14 and are sharing a pit down here at the 4th turn in, but it just tells you how tight pit road is.
Ryan Newman with a 0.7 of a second lead on Matt Kenseth, who had 0.7 on third place, Jimmy Johnson.
NASCAR on FX is brought to you by Panasonic, by Ford, and by Pizza Hut.
Introducing the Panasonic Pro Curve Pivot Action Shaver. The world's fastest shaver. The world's sharpest shaver blades. And a head that pivots to fit your face. Pro Curve Pivot Action Shaver.
I feel like a new man.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
To a driver, fear isn't going full wide into a turn. Fear isn't driving into a cloud of smoke at 200 miles per hour. Fear is not getting sideways an inch from the wall. That's because Ford dominated last year's Cup Series with 7 Fords finishing in the top 10.
Top 10, 7 Fords. So fear in the racing world is looking in the rearview mirror and seeing one of us.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
One pizza, one pizzone.
What's a pizzone?
The Pizzone. It's back at Pizza Hut. Now get any large pizza for your family and get a pizzone of your own for only $2.99.
What's a pizzone?
It's a big taste in a big folded pizza crust filled with cheese and luscious ingredients like pepperoni or fresh veggies. Everything deliciously sealed inside and baked to perfection, plus marinara sauce. Just $2.99 when you buy any large pizza at regular price. No one makes the whole family happy like Pizza Hut.
So this is a pizzone.
Americans are hardworking people, but they also treasure their free time. That's why most people have outdoor power equipment with high-performance Briggs & Stratton engines inside. They start easily and have the power to get the job done quickly. In fact, they've been helping Americans make the most of their free time for nearly a century. So be sure there's a powerful Briggs & Stratton engine inside. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
Truth is, you may not win the grand prize, but don't sit inside and feel sorry for yourself. Get out and drive your consolation prize. Enter the Citgo Peel Out, Reel In, and Win $1 Million Challenge. And you just might have to settle for a Roush Stage 3 Mustang, a Triton Bass Boat, a Kawasaki ATV, or jet ski, or one of over 1,000 other prizes. Or maybe you'll get really lucky and take home the grand prize, $1 million. Enter at your participating Citgo.
Next weekend, the Fox crew splits its time between Pocono and Nashville. Friday, you'll see Winston Cup qualifying on speed from Pocono and Busch Series qualifying from Nashville. Saturday, Cup practice on FX, and the NASCAR Busch Series presented by Advance Auto follows right on FX. Next Sunday, NASCAR This Morning on Fox Sports Net, and the Winston Cup race presented by Subway is on Fox next Sunday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All the Fox networks up and involved with NASCAR next weekend. Ryan Newman now 1.6 seconds out in front of Matt Kenseth, who has a great opportunity to pad his point lead today at Dover.
Well, these two cats right here, side by side racing, and they've been into each other a couple of times and are racing for 23rd position.
See Mark Martin in the 6 car right behind them, but they're about 7 seconds just out in front of the leader, about the length of a straightaway.
Now Mark had been in front of those cars and the two ahead of them, but drifted back, lost a few spots, now trying to work his way back up.
I think Mark must not want any cars behind him. He looks like he likes to get kind of all by himself, which is kind of a characteristic of this joint when your car's not very good. You like to be left alone.
See those two teammates right there, Jimmy Johnson in the 48, Jeff Gordon in the 24. They're battling for 3rd position. They've been running together almost all day long, and their times have been a mirror of each other.
And Terry Labonte only 2 spots behind them. Rusty Wallace in between the Hendrick cars.
I think that Jeffy must have said to Jimmy Johnson coming up here, look, but you won 2 up there. Give me a little, can you give me a heads up?
And Tony Stewart in the 20 car, remember he's a lap down after that pit stop miscue a while ago. We're watching his lap times. Now he's running in 2nd position on the racetrack behind leader Ryan Newman, and he's quite a bit quicker now than Ryan Newman, a couple of tenths a lap, a couple of tenths a second a lap.
What happened to Stewart was he was the first car into his pit in that round of caution flag stops. But right in front of him is Jeff Gordon's pit stall. So knowing that Gordon would come in behind him, Stewart came in and angled his car to be able to get out of the pit. He was just a little bit over the line and had to pay the price.
And Jeff and Larry, you know, these drivers are notorious for letting that nose swing out. Kind of get the nose out so when he gets ready to go, he's got room to move. He's got it turned out already.
You almost saw that he stopped and then he rolled just a little bit further, and that's what put him right there on that black line right there. There's the black line we're talking about, which indicates outside the pit box. You see Gordon's angled in that way, so Stewart knew he had to be that way to be able to turn out and not be blocked in by Jeff Gordon.
But the determining factor is that black line right there. And you see Stewart's right front wheel.
Yeah.
His right front tire's over it.
Yeah, drivers will always want to come in there and right at the last second turn that nose out, so when they drop the jack, he's good to go.
So Stewart's a lap down. There are 30 cars on the lead lap, which puts him 31st. But a long way to go here at Dover. 225 laps to go with Ryan Newman leading.
Recently, all the winners of the Car and Driver Best Pickup Award got together for a little reunion. It's good to see everyone again. Silverado, the 3-time winner, the only winner of Car and Driver's Best Pickup Award. Silverado, the truck from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
It's a monster weekend at Dover International Speedway, September 19th through 21st. Be there when NASCAR's toughest drivers meet the monster.
You have the ultimate power to look better, to be stronger, to redefine your body and yourself. Introducing the Bowflex Ultimate. Quite possibly the best home fitness machine ever made. In as little as 20 minutes a day, 3 times a week, you can get real results that can change your entire body. With over 90 health club quality exercises and up to 410 pounds of resistance, it's like having an entire gym in your home. Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less. Own the new Bowflex Ultimate with no money down and monthly payments lower than many health club dues. Call and ask for a free video and brochure, and check out the entire Bowflex lineup, or visit us on the web at bowflexultimate.com today. The new Bowflex for ultimate results.
For 44 minutes, a quiet neighborhood in Los Angeles was turned into a war zone. For 44 minutes, we were all reminded why police officers are heroes. 44 minutes, the North Hollywood Shootout premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
Lucky's been set up.
You're a cheat.
Oh!
Those are mine.
Can anyone but his boys get him back in the game?
Remember me.
Lucky. An all-new episode Tuesday at 10 on FX.
FX welcomes you back to the MBNA Armed Forces 400, and through 182 of 400 laps, Ryan Newman, your leader. He started out on the pole. He's led the most laps, 70 so far. See Rusty Wallace, his teammate, currently running 5th. Jeff Gordon 3rd. Sterling Marlin currently out of the race because a little history here. And Sterling Marlin told Steve Burns, he said, I'm going to have to talk with Jeff Gordon about this. This was 2 weeks ago at the Winston. In the second segment, you see Jeff Gordon taking Sterling Marlin out of that race. And then today on lap 114, this looks like a replay 2 weeks later. Marlin upset, his car out. They're working on a couple of things. Jeff Hammond down at the cutaway car to tell us what.
Chris, what they're trying to do right now with Sterling Marlin's car is they've got to not only do the damage to the sheet metal, they've got to replace the entire rear end housing. That means they've got to disconnect the trailing arms, the drive shaft, replace the entire unit as well as the damaged truck arm. And then when you move on up around here, this is the rear end housing they're going to be replacing underneath the car. But also you got damage to the front of the car, which means they've got to change the upper control arm as well as the lower control arm in the right front shock, which sustained damage when it got into that inside retaining wall after Jeff Gordon spun him around, all in hopes of trying to keep him up there in the top 10 in points. Mike?
Marlin right now, Jeff, 71 laps down in the garage, but long day at Dover, a lot of time left. He's officially in 41st place.
And those are the kind of things last year that we never saw Sterling Marlin involved in. He was leaving the charm life last year. There'd be wrecks. I remember Darlington. He went right through a huge wreck. Did that all year long, right until the end of the year.
Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon have powered past Matt Kenseth, and they now run second and third, 3 seconds behind race leader Ryan Newman. The clouds over Newman's head have been bleaker than the clouds over this racetrack this morning. In his last few races, his finishing record has been miserable. He's been qualifying right up front, finishing right in the back.
Yeah, but the last 2 weeks have been good. I mean, on the pole at Charlotte, got a 5th place. Come back this weekend on the pole, leading this race. Looking pretty good right now, Larry.
I'm going to tell you another guy that's been looking pretty good. He just moved into the top 10, Jack Sprague, who started back in 41st position. Remember, he was involved in that wreck back on lap 1. And again, he just moved into the top 10. I've been watching his lap times. He's not but about a half a tenth off of leader Ryan Newman. He's zeroing in on Bobby Labonte in that 18 car.
And congrats to his former crew chief, Dennis Conner, who won the Craftsman Truck Series race here this weekend.
So it's a win-win. Conner goes to the trucks, he wins. Tony Furr comes to the 0 car. They pick up. Good chemistry. Everybody's happy.
And talk about everybody being happy. Dale Jarrett in that 88 UPS car, he started back in 29th position. He's up to 11th. I'm seeing a little bit of spark in Dale Jarrett. Good run at Charlotte last week, Lowe's Motor Speedway. First top 10 since winning at Rockingham. This is the car he won with at Rockingham. Maybe him and that new crew chief, Sean Parker, beginning to click just a little bit.
Now Jarrett is 11th ahead of Kevin Harvick, Robbie Gordon, Michael Waltrip, and Johnny Benson. We still have 26 cars on the lead lap.
Look at that.
Elliott Sadler, unscheduled pit stop.
He just had been lapped, Mike, and I think they decided, hey, let's come to pit road and work on this thing.
I love that shot off of turn 2 over there.
Steve?
But Mike, we've heard Elliott Sadler. He's been complaining about a clutch problem from early on in this race. And Matt Kenseth, just listening to his radio communication, said that his car has gotten on the loose side as Elliott Sadler goes back out on the racetrack. Matt?
Well, Steve, Ryan Newman says his car is still a little on the tight side, but he is more concerned about the 20 car of Tony Stewart behind him. In fact, the 20 guys haven't lost their sense of humor. They actually went down to the 12 pit and they're acting like they were offering Matt Borland money to let him get their lap back. But the 20 car is coming. But you were talking, Daryl, about the bad luck that Ryan Newman has experienced. The team feels like they've gotten their bad luck out of the way already today. As the Sunday-only guys are preparing to leave Concord, North Carolina to come up here, the plane swung out off the tarmac into the grass and got stuck in the mud. They had to call a record. Everybody had to get off the plane, a little late getting here, but they feel like that's their bad luck that they usually have on race day on the track. They got it out early off the track.
Kevin Harvick, another of the cars that electing to pit a little early.
He was running in the 14th position. A little bit early, though, Dick Berggren.
It is a little bit early, but why not? These guys have been motoring forward. They've had a good run all day long. Pit now, get a little bit ahead of everybody else is going to have to pit. Harvick's having a good day, Larry. Steve.
Dick, more problems for Elliott Sadler. Not only is he fighting a clutch problem, he also had a tire going down, and that's why he pitted specifically on lap 190.
Kyle Petty also comes in for 4 tires and a fill-up of 76 racing gas. Mike Skinner, who is many laps down with crash damage pitting, as we're into the green flag pit stop sequence. There's a look at Johnny Benson, who's just passed Michael Waltrip. That's for 13th place.
And I tell you what we might be seeing here. It's only been about 55 or 60 laps since they were to pit road. We showed in the beginning of the show you can run about 85 to 90 laps, but maybe these guys have been seeing a little more wear on those right front, even left front tires, and don't want to take a chance of blowing one of those tires out.
If you put the camber to it to make it turn, you're going to wear the inside of the tire out a little quicker. And I know that was a concern to some of these guys. They liked the camber in the tire. It made the car cut good, but it's hard on the tire.
The big question right now before pit stops, can Tony Stewart get his lap back from Ryan Newman? He's trying hard. We'll be halfway here at Dover in 4 more laps. We'll be right back.
FX presents the story of the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Call 3, officer down.
There's nothing we have against cover. 44 minutes based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
Wednesday, don't miss the FX premiere of DVD on TV. Why? Because we're screening one of my favorites, X-Men.
And we've got some incredible DVD extras to show you.
DVD on TV premieres with X-Men, Wednesday at 8, only on FX.
Yeah. Excuse me, which way to the nearest gas station? Thanks. Tony Stewart pumps his own gas?
McDonald's celebrates the heroes that make NASCAR go with the first annual McDonald's Drive-Thru Championship, fueled by Powerade. With teamwork, precision, and pride, McDonald's is the official drive-thru of NASCAR.
Go! Excuse me, could you tell me where the gas? Thank you.
Making deliveries at Hendrick Motorsports is one of the best parts of my job. To be around these professionals and their cars is so exciting. It really gets your blood pumping to work with such pros, which is why I'm proud to be part of the team. Northwest Auto Parts and Hendrick Motorsports, two quality companies working together. If they could just be a little faster, they could keep up with me.
CarQuest, the professional choice.
Speedway race day, the gang's all here. 43 teams all getting it in gear. Time trial run, 90 seconds to lose. Tune it up, tweak it out, run it in the groove. This is for the people giving it the best. Who said Sunday was a day of rest? This but's for you.
The MBNA Armed Forces 400 on FX is brought to you by Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true Budweiser. The answer to the big question, no. A piece of debris on the front straightaway, piece of metal debris. Ryan Newman ran Tony Stewart hard around to the finish line, and Tony did not get his lap back.
And he did not like it. He ran him up. Watch this. He says, "You scoundrel, you." Here they're coming to the line. Tony kind of gets boxed here behind these lap cars. But then wait, just hang on here a minute for the rest of the story.
But DW, you and I have been talking about this all year. Nothing against Tony Stewart. Good for Ryan Newman. Don't give nobody no lap back.
No, that's the way it's supposed to be.
This ain't about giving people laps back.
Especially one that can beat you.
Yes, sir. He'll come back to haunt you. All our leaders are the pit road for 4 tires, adjustments, and full of fuel.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Jimmy Johnson made a lot of adjustments to his car. I should say the crew did last time around. That will not happen this time. Just a little bit of air pressure. He's going to stop a bit short so he can easily get out. They had taped the front of the pit box after the problem that Tony Stewart had. Steve.
Half a pound out of the right rear tire, Dick, for the 17. A half turn on that track bar. Justin Nottestead and Jeremy West changed those tires. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
And no adjustments for Ryan Newman. He likes the way the Dodge is handling. It was a little tight earlier. 2 track bar adjustments. He's going to win the battle up here road, though. Looks like it's going to be close, Mike.
Let's show you the race off pit road. And it's Jimmy Johnson.
Yes, it will be. But I'm going to tell you who really had a good pit stop. Rusty Wallace, that Miller Lite group. Remember, he talked in the pre-race about working on their pit stops. Goes in 5th, comes out 3rd.
And Matt Kenseth, trying to get out, was balked by a car who was getting in, Dale Jr. at the tail end of the lead lap, and he had Rusty right alongside, couldn't make a clean exit.
And Jimmy Johnson, what we're hearing is they just changed 2 tires to get that track position.
Well, the caution flag, an attaboy for Bill Elliott and Brett Bodine, who were at the tail end of the lead lap and remain up on the lead circuit.
Any tailgater with a few brats under his belt knows if you don't turn them, you burn them. So, if you're going to jockey those Johnsonville brats around the grill, come prepared. Or at least, prepared to improvise. Welcome to Heaven on a Bun. Welcome to Johnsonville.
Need a truck to tow the really big stuff? The Ford F-Series Super Duty with the Power Stroke diesel. Just imagine what you can tow. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
The Brute Tote by Rubbermaid. Built to survive just about anything.
Hey, Frank, you got everything out of the stadium, right?
Yeah.
Everything out of the stadium, huh?
The Brute Waste Container by Rubbermaid. Built to survive just about anything.
What are you doing, Bobby? Making a reality show. Who wants to marry a Texan? But he's already married. Shh, we don't reveal that until the last episode. Well, why are you filming him changing his Autolite double platinum plugs? He knows things. Like Autolite is the official spark plug of NASCAR. It's part of what makes him a great catch. Autolite, it's time to change your plugs. Dad, how about voting somebody off the driveway?
In the race to sell homes, success goes to the most experienced, the best trained, the hardest driven. At RE/MAX, our success is your success, and our track record is second to none. RE/MAX, outstanding agents, outstanding results.
NASCAR's on the track. Odds are, so is Track Pass. Just log on to America Online or go to NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com, America Online, keyword NASCAR.
Content to be with you in the daytime. The only time I feel alright is by your side. Girl, I want to be with you all of the time, all day and all of the night. All day and all of the night. All day and all of the night.
Well, we're not going to be here all day and all of the night.
No, we are past halfway, 6 laps. But one thing we definitely want to correct is Jimmy Johnson, who's leading this race right now. I think some of the crews thought his pit stop was so quick that he only changed 2 tires, but definitely, like everyone else, 4 tires, especially that deep into a run. And there you see pit stop summary. Jimmy Johnson, 41.6. Look at that, 13.7. But there's another one that shined, went from 5th to 3rd, Rusty Wallace. And look at the road time on Rusty Wallace. Almost 2 seconds quicker than Ryan Newman and Jimmy Johnson. Steve Burns.
And Larry Mack, Billy Wilbert said they really needed good pit stops after a subpar week last week, and they're doing it for you.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. We had a little prayer meeting after last week, trying to get this deal straightened out on our pit stops, and they've kept us up front. Rusty's running great, and we made a couple tire pressure adjustments, and I think we're up there to stay, I hope.
To Matt Yoakum.
Well, Steve, interesting enough, the hottest person on the 12 team about Tony Stewart running Ryan Newman up to the wall in turn 1 is not the driver nor the crew chief. It's owner Roger Penske. He asked Ryan, did he hit him? He says no, but he came close and tried. Roger wanted the team to get the officials and just have a conversation about that. Also, Matt Borland came on and said, look, he's going to be up there alongside, more than likely. Try not to race him because he's going to try to get that lap back. And remember one other thing. We could be in that position sometime down the road.
I'm with Chad Knaus with Jimmy Johnson's crew. Some of the other guys thought you were so fast that you only took 2 tires. How about this crew?
I'll tell you what, they're really switched on. They started turning it on heavy last week during the 600, and they just carried that momentum on through. Jimmy's doing a great job. We're turning some really good lap times right there, and if we can get out here with a good top 5, top 10 finish for the Lowe's team, we'll be real pleased.
This is deja vu. Fast pit stops, good race car, good calls.
Well, hopefully we can get the same result. We'll just have to wait and see.
That's what they did last week and won at Lowe's. We're going to go green.
Jimmy Johnson at the front. Ryan Newman is second. The lap cars to the inside are Harvick, Elliott, Mayfield, and then Stewart.
Since we know we're going to get this race in today, what do you think, guys? Let's crank it up one time.
underneath Rusty Wallace, and that'll be third place. Oh, hard in the wall.
Jack Sprague, I believe, the 0 car.
There's coming more cars still spinning. They're not done yet. They're all slowing down, running over each other.
Brett Bodine, Kyle Petty,
Kurt Busch, 97 car.
Where's Tony? Where's Tony?
Too far back, I believe. Kevin Harvick's the one that's trying to get one of his 2 laps back in the 29 car. I believe he'll get one of them back, guys. Remember, he made that green flag stop.
Hope Kurt Busch gets going.
I don't think Tony Stewart was trying, but I don't think he made it.
Kenny Schrader also damaged, but Jack Sprague, where is he? He pounded the wall coming off turn number 4. Now Kyle's going to climb out. Sprague hit so hard, I can't believe that car made it back all the way around.
Probably over on the back.
No, it did. It's going to come to the pits. Watch the 0.
It's that little bobble right there. Call that the hospital wobble right there.
And then everything starts happening behind him, and Jack was running well up in the top 10.
Thing I noticed about Jack's car, Larry, it seemed to be really good on the long run. It probably a little loose on the get-go there, and it twitched on him. And of course, here these guys all come just piling in on each other. I'm not sure what's going on with the spotter guys today.
Kurt Busch got turned way sideways. Let's watch here. I think this is Biffle. But Kurt Busch came around, and that got him into Kyle Petty, and then somebody turned to Brett Bodine. Sprague hit the wall hard, and that's him trailing all that smoke. He got the heck out of there.
You know, I know that this is just an observation, okay? But I know when they build racetracks, they don't build them where turn 4 is where all the action is. They surely can't think about that. Look, oh, Kyle is hot. He got ran over from behind. I know why he's hot. But how come is it all the racetracks always have trouble off in turn 4, seems like?
Well, yesterday turn 2 was Calamity Corner. Today it seems to be turn 4. Kurt Busch, who came in here 4th in the top 10 with a good bit of damage. At least 5 cars involved. Brett Bodine, who had stayed on the lead lap all day with left rear damage. Kenny Schrader with the hood up. Also damage on Jeff Green and Ward Burton. There is the hit list for this 7th caution rather, at lap 210.
You ready, my man?
I was born ready.
Hey, Rick, sure is getting close to lunchtime, huh?
It sure is, Jim.
Any ideas?
Well, Subway's got something delicious, like the new Chipotle Southwest Steak and Cheese. Sliced steak topped with melted cheese and a new Chipotle sauce for an added spicy kick. Served hot on fresh baked gourmet bread. You know, I can go for one right now.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Excellent work, my friend.
Yeah.
Subway, eat fresh!
Swimming? Fishing? Horseback riding?
Ever get the feeling you're in the right place at the wrong time?
A lot of people are still hesitant to pick up the phone and give us a call. Now we've made it even easier.
Just dial 1-800-MY-NEW-CAR. No salespeople, no operator, and no hassles. Answer all of the questions completely, and you could be approved in as little as 15 minutes. It's that simple. So what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-MY-NEW-CAR.
And with over 100 lending programs, if we can't get you a bank loan, no one can.
1-800-MY-NEW-CAR. Getting a car loan has never been easier.
You want big? Really big? Then you'll want something that measures up to your appetite. Introducing McDonald's new breaded pork sandwich. Our tasty, specially seasoned breaded pork patty is so big, the bun can barely hold it. And it's topped with loads of onions, pickles, and mustard. Add an icy cold Coca-Cola and fries to make a great extra value meal. And you don't have to go to great lengths to get one. Just go to McDonald's for the new breaded pork sandwich today.
This week, Time Warner Cable delivers the hits you want on In Demand.
Harry Potter is back for his next exciting adventure.
beware the mysterious and deadly powers of the ring. Before the silence, there was the dragon. Hot beat, cool moves. Feel the rhythm of the drumline. All this week on in-demand pay-per-view, delivered home by Time Warner Cable on FX.
Two hot-headed teams transform their old clunkers into outrageous racing machines. Drive Shaft, coming in July, only on FX.
Rusty Wallace has been through it all in an illustrious racing career that includes the Winston Cup Championship, but it hasn't all been easy. Beyond the Glory takes you inside the triumphant road of a racing legend. Rusty Wallace, Beyond the Glory, tonight, 8 p.m., Fox Sports Net. Caution number 7, Jack Sprague hit the wall hard, and a lot of damage after that. Kevin Harvick was able to get back one of the 2 laps he was down as they ran to the flag.
Remember, the reason he was 2 laps down is right before that caution back on lap 202, he had pitted under green and got burnt by the caution flag, put him 2 down. Now he's only 1 down.
And as you mentioned, Tony Stewart was too far back to get back on the lead lap.
Harvick said, "Thank you very much, Jimmy." And that was Harvick's only 1 lap down now, so we're going to have to be a little smarter next time. Maybe we won't be as generous. And 4, buddy.
I think I like that. I mean, you know, he's 2 laps down. Okay, the next time, you know, let's keep him 1 lap down, like what happened with Tony Stewart there a little bit ago.
There's only one little trouble with that strategy, Darrell. Now you're going to have Tony Stewart right beside you on the restart.
Well, yeah, but they were going to have Harvick. I don't know. You'd
have Harvick and Tony anyway.
Yeah.
Sure. We are under caution for Jack Sprague, who pounded the wall coming off turn 4.
Looks like you got about a half a lane up out of the groove, Darrell. Back just come around with him.
Seen that a couple of times today. Just out there seems to be a little spot there where they won't hook up. Steve Burns.
Well, Jack Sprague, you had a great run going. What put you back here?
I just lost it. That Zero Pontiac was awesome. Tony did a great job. I've been tight in the middle, and also he loosened me up a little bit. And I really wasn't expecting it to be that loose because it hadn't been all day. And it would have been fine. I went into 3 outside of Kenseth and behind Jeff, and out of my peripheral vision, I could see Kenseth wiggle, and it scared me a little bit. And I jerked the wheel, and when I did, I lost traction with the back and couldn't get it back, and had her hung out all the way off 4. But I mean, I'm not even gonna say I can't catch a break because I lost it. So, but I don't know. One of these days, we're running better.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Man's got talent. He won championships in the Craftsman Truck Series. He had some success in the NASCAR Busch Series, but he's had a tough rookie season here. We're at 216 laps, 184 to go. On the lead lap now, 22 cars. 1 lap down, Tony Stewart, Mike Wallace, Bill Elliott, and his teammate Jeremy Mayfield and Ricky Rudd have fallen off the lead lap now as we get set for this restart.
Yeah, we've got the 1 to go. I tell you, another guy that has had a tough season. No top 10 finishes yet. Started back in 30th. Johnny Benson in that 10 car, the Valvoline car. He's up to 12th position. He's just been kind of a lot like Dale Jarrett, nice and steady all day long.
He seems to be the kind of guy that just can't close the deal, you know? Runs good, gets up there right near the end of the day, always something happens.
Now, a few cars back from him. Dale Earnhardt Jr. started this day as one of 8 cars involved in the lap 1 pileup. He came in here second in the Winston Cup top 10, 160 points out of first, but he stayed on the lead lap, but he's at 15.
It's almost like these cautions been falling just right for Dale Earnhardt Jr. They've been able to adjust this car. Remember, no practice with this race car. Had to start at the rear of the field, and these cautions have been coming just right for him.
Gov, you're looking real good there. Real good. Just on those restarts, just favor your inside if it feels okay.
At 10 forward. Problem I got, RP, on those restarts, I'm just loose. And then I go to tight, you know, halfway through the run. So, well, I tell you what, those first, probably about those first 6 or 7 laps are rugged.
So when you go in, just don't drive it in quite so deep, then you'll be able to maybe keep her down.
Okay.
RP is Roger Penske, Rusty spotter and car owner. Tony Stewart trying to get a lap back. Most folks don't know Roger was a very successful sports car racer as a driver in his own right.
And Rusty I've heard Rusty say that Roger has helped him a lot of wet racetracks where he was overdriving the car.
Larry Foyt running back in the 28th position, 1 lap down. He's going to be black flagged for passing to the left-hand side before they got to the start-finish line. But I think Tony Stewart at 20, he knew, as good as Jimmy Johnson is in the 48, if I'm going to get this lap back, I need to jump on it and jump on him quick.
He did. He spun her sideways coming to get the green, but she hooked up and took off for him.
Speedway here has a new care center inside turn 4. Kyle Petty went there after crashing out of this race, and he has been released. Kyle is okay. Dick Berggren.
Now, Jimmy Johnson was warned about Tony Stewart on that restart. His crew chief came on the radio and told him that he figured Stewart would probably be pretty hot given what's happened to him today. And Jimmy said he knew all about that. And Johnson was also warned, don't jump the start. So they came across the line nice and even, but Stewart got it after that.
So Tony Stewart back on the tail end of the lead lap with 180 to go. Talking about Roger Penske, he won a NASCAR race. He won a Pacific Coast late model race, the forerunner of Winston West, at Riverside, California on the road course, 1963. There's the captain.
Yeah, he just decided he was a better owner than he was driver, and it's pretty hard to be both.
Well, he has his young charge, Ryan Newman, tracking Jimmy Johnson for the lead, and here is Rusty Wallace, team leader, in front of Jeff Burton. How about Burton up to 5th place from 28?
Yeah, I mean, a good run. He's been a lot like some of these other guys we've been talking about. Johnny Benson, Dale Jarrett, just nice and steady, working his way to the front, keeping his nose clean, staying out of trouble.
And a fellow who was, until this caution flag, Brett Bodine. Steve Burns.
Thanks, Mike. Brett, boy, you had a good run going for you. What happened?
Well, we just, looked like Jack got high and got in the wall and started jacking up, and I spun, and as Darrell says, this track's a self-cleaner, and I just spun and got in the inside wall. But I'm going to tell you, I'm so proud of this race team. People just got to be patient with us. We're going to be good. We had a great race car today. I think we had a car that could have run in the top 10, but, we'll get them again at Michigan, but this is really positive for my race team, and I'm so proud of them, and we'll just go next week.
Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can come to a Winston Cup race, especially underfunded like Brett Bodine, and you stay on the lead lap through halfway, you're doing pretty good. I think the biggest move Brett made was pulling back to a limited schedule, not trying to be here every week.
Underfunded compared to the big teams. I mean, I'm sure that Hooters is doing all they can, and they're keeping Brett going, and that's the main thing.
Let's mention that while we're at Sonoma, Brett's going to be at Watkins Glen teaming up with his brother Jeffrey in a Daytona prototype in the 6-hour race at Watkins Glen, the same weekend we are out at Infineon Raceway.
I like what Jeff Bodine did last year. He wanted to come in, won him a cool $1 million, and said, adios, I'll take another year off. Thank you.
Talked about Jeff Burton in the 99 right now. His teammate, our points leader, Matt Kenseth in the 17s, pulled right up to his rear bumper. Jeff right now is running in 5th position.
There's where the Roush Racing Fords are. 4 of them on the lead lap.
And up until Greg Biffle spun out on the front stretch, he was running right there in the top 15.
Kenseth to the inside. Burton covers the spot.
And I tell you, the way Jeff Burton, the 99 car, Paul Andrews, the crew chief, Brad Parrott coming on board, we're just seeing them gain a little more strength every day. Won the Winston Open, transferred to Winston a couple of weeks ago. Just seem to be getting better and better each week.
Burton told me this morning, it's a rebuilding year. You see this in football, baseball, and other sports. They had 2 disappointing years. They made a lot of changes on that race team. But he says they feel like they're getting better and better each week.
Tell you what, I'm watching the 12 car right here, Ryan Newman, seeing a little bit of haze of smoke out the rear of that car. We've been hearing a little bit of report of that too. Again, he's running in 2nd place right now.
Well, I hope it's not a gear, because he has had a gear failure this year that's put him out of a race.
Matt?
Keep working with as best you can. Well, 2 laps ago, you heard Matt Borland tell Ryan to do the best you can. Ryan said the car is smoking. He thinks it's possible power steering pump failure, Mike.
Yeah, Matt, that smoke's getting worse and worse, too. We're seeing it more and more when he's down in the corners. It's no longer just a haze.
Boy, 17, just Matt Kenseth just kind of moved to 99 up out of the way. Said, "You holding me up, bud."
Well, the nice thing about racing your teammate is instead of pulling up, bumper, push, and go, it's you pull up, you try, you get shut off, you key the radio, somebody talks to somebody talks to somebody else, you make your move.
There you go.
It's a long, drawn-out process, folks, but it works pretty well.
If that don't work, you scream at the car owner on Monday morning.
That's right.
It's like I told you, there's always something going on out there, folks. It's not just these cars going around in circles.
Got a battle here for 13th. Michael Waltrip in the Napa car, the 15 car. Dale Earnhardt Jr., his teammate in the 8 car, drives by him on the outside. And there you see Kurt Busch in the 97, still on the lead lap, even after being involved in that wreck. These guys have rebounded very nicely.
And right behind them come Todd Bodine and Mark Martin, these are all lead lap cars.
And I tell you what, that shows a lot of strength in that 97 team still being on the lead lap, because he hit pretty hard twice today already.
And Mark's been doing, we've talked about Mark a couple of times. He's just kind of hanging out, but he's hanging out on the lead lap.
Last lap, Darrell, off turn 2, Ryan Newman got a tremendous run up off the corner, right to the back bumper of leader Jimmy Johnson.
He says, well, the sucker's smoking. I might as well go up here and get all out if I can, just in case I don't finish the race.
Boy, he's so good off the corner right now, Matt Yoakum.
Well, while he's closing up and trying to make a move on the 4-8 to Jimmy Johnson, Johnson's owner, Jeff Gordon, back in 3rd, is complaining to his crew chief, Robbie Loomis, that they have got to bring the 12 car. And he says, I've got oil all over my windshield.
Kind of what I'd do. That'd be my story. I'm thinking what the 12's going to do is say, okay, I'll get out in front of you guys and drive off and leave you, and that little bit of smoke won't bother you so bad.
But look how quick Jeff Gordon in 24 has caught those front 2, as Jimmy Johnson, of course, having to work lap cars right now.
They thread the needle between Skinner and Sadler.
It's very, very uncomfortable when somebody gets right up on your back bumper here.
So that's Jeff Gordon trying to make it uncomfortable for Ryan Newman.
Cars have a tendency to be loose anyway, and then you put somebody right up under your back bumper, and it'll get those rear wheels smoking.
Newman looking for his 3rd finish in the last 6 races.
Pretty impressive right there, Larry. Jeff just cut the thing underneath of him and drug him down the straightaway.
Here's a good battle. Kenseth and Labonte right there. They are nose to tail for 5th place as well. 237 laps complete at Dover International Speedway.
You ready, my man?
I was born ready.
Hey, Rick, sure is getting close to lunchtime, huh?
It sure is, Jim.
Any ideas?
Well, Subway's got something delicious, like the new Chipotle Southwest Steak and Cheese. Sliced steak topped with melted cheese and a new Chipotle sauce for an added spicy kick. Served hot on fresh baked gourmet bread. You know, I can go for one right now.
Yeah. Whoa. Excellent work, my friend.
Yeah.
Subway, eat fresh!
My dad taught me 2 simple rules about car care. To take care of the engine, change the oil. To take care of the fuel system, add STP. When your dad is Richard Petty, you tend to listen.
Sharp steel is no match for smart rubber. Tires with run-flat technology on the wings of Goodyear.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, hon.
Okay, I've got good news and bad news.
What's the good news?
I got a job in marketing.
And the bad news?
I got a job in marketing.
T-Mobile camera phones starting at $100.
Get more.
I think music does more to bring people together than any other one thing. As much as I travel, we're always looking for good radio stations that play good music, and XM radio gives me everything I need. Got 100 different choices that I can make. Pop, country, rock and roll, news, talk, whatever. Right at this moment, XM radio is the best radio there is.
XM Satellite Radio, featuring the only 24-hour NASCAR radio channel.
Americans are hardworking people
but they also treasure their free time. That's why most people have outdoor power equipment with high-performance Briggs & Stratton engines inside. They start easily and have the power to get the job done quickly. In fact, they've been helping Americans make the most of their free time for nearly a century. So be sure there's a powerful Briggs & Stratton engine inside. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
The story of the most intense shootout in LAPD history. 44 minutes. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
244 laps complete in the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400. 20 cars on the lead lap. The last of those, Tony Stewart, and he has run away from the leaders, trying to regain lost ground. And the new leader, Jeff Gordon. First time he's led today. Worked his way underneath Jimmy Johnson, and Ryan Newman second, Johnson now third, Rusty Wallace fourth, and Matt Kenseth holds fifth in front of Bobby Labonte.
I'm going to tell you what, Ryan Newman in the 12, he's just pulled way away now from Jimmy Johnson here in the 48 car running third.
Well, I don't see the smoke like we did there for a little while, Larry. That might be bad news. That might be whatever it was that ran out of it.
Matt Kenseth has pretty much caught Rusty Wallace. Bobby Labonte right in his tire tracks. This is fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Yeah, I heard Rusty say, that his car was a little treacherous there on the first 7 or 8 laps, and it was pretty good. It looks like he's in pretty good shape. Got the 17 breathing down his back. The 18 breathing down the 17's back.
Labonte up to sixth in the points. Kenseth, of course, the leader. And Rusty Wallace, 10th.
I'm going to tell you, though, Bobby Labonte in that 18 car, already 7 top 5 finishes this year, the most of any other driver. That's 2 more than he had the entire year last year.
Wow.
They are quietly moving into the points picture.
Sterling Marlin, I'm not sure if we mentioned he is back. So the only cars in the garage are Brett Bodine and Kyle Petty, Jack Sprague and John Andretti. Matt?
Ryan Newman hasn't said anything else, Mike, about the smoke from the 12 car, but the other concern that Matt Borland, his crew chief, has at this juncture, their calculations says Ryan will be about 5 to 8 laps shy of making it on one more stop. They have told him, if he can, to try to save a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, Matt, the leaders pitted on lap 203, so that's 197 laps to go. A lot of them were telling me they could run about 95 laps. So, yeah, I mean, should we stay green? And I will say this race has a green flag look to it right now. Not unusual that some of the crew chiefs are starting to figure, how many stops am I going to have to make?
Yeah, but you know what I like is they're telling him now. They're not waiting until, 100 laps to go and they start telling him.
Not one of those, oh, by the way.
Yeah, can you get me a little fuel?
Look up at the top of our screen and you will see there on that second line our estimate of the laps until the next pit stop for the lead cars. This is the time of the race that makes coming here to Dover to watch a race so entertaining, because it's real easy to see who's working and who's not. The cars that are handling are right around the bottom of the racetrack. The cars that are struggling are way up in what used to be the Harry Gant groove here.
Yeah, they just got 2 fast cars around the bottom, slow cars around the top.
Maybe that's what gives this race a green flag look. You don't have everybody fighting for the same piece of real estate, except maybe right here.
At this point in time, pretty much what you got is what you got. So you can do with it what you want to.
4th place, Matt Kenseth. Underneath Rusty Wallace, Bobby Labonte, and Jeff Burton is up there in 7th.
All these cars battling for positions. Rusty, right now, we talked about can't keep your car down. The 2 car, he cannot keep his car on the bottom of the racetrack. He loses another spot to Bobby Labonte. Now he has a rearview mirror full of Jeff Burton there in the Sitco car.
Burton's car got roughed up on pit road by Ricky Rudd on an early stop. Just the left side of it, but no apparent damage. Steve Burns.
Like Rusty Wallace is reporting that his car is getting tight. Billy Wilburn says take care of it. We've got a long way to go before we can fix you up.
And yeah, Steve, we listened to some audio a while ago from Rusty Wallace. That's one thing he was concerned about halfway through a run, and that's about where we're at, is he gets too tight. We got a battle right here between Dale Jarrett and the 88 car. Terry Labonte in the 5, that's a battle for 9th position. These guys been going at it pretty hard for about the last 10 or 15 laps.
2 former champions.
Something just happened to Dale Jarrett.
Got a little fire.
I don't know, I got oil pressure, but that's it.
He was the 10th place car.
Guys, let's raise the hood.
You see the rev counter up there at 0.
Car is not running right now. And you heard him say, I have oil pressure. They're going to have to go under the hood. So a car that was having a good run today pretty much has come to an end here with about 144 laps to go.
Drops the number of cars in the lead lap now to 19.
And it's like that just happened all of a sudden. He just drove by Terry Labonte, then going down the backstretch, thing just shut off.
$144 laps to go and at least one pit stop. For some of these cars, it will take 2. See if there's any clue to what happened to Dale Jarrett here. Watch the 88.
Coming up off turn 2 right there. He just went by Terry Labonte. There it is, a little bit of puff of smoke. What do you think, Darrell?
She broke. You know what we call that, don't you? The death rattle.
Ooh. Dick Berggren?
I was listening to Jarrett's radio just a moment ago. He said that before that engine had its problems, it had a huge vibration. That'll do it.
And I was seeing one of the crew members right there on that last shot. He was waving his hand, shaking his head like, I found it, boys. It don't look good.
Looks pretty good for Jeff Gordon out in front here at 259 laps. He's only led 20 laps today.
Yeah, he just kind of, Ryan Newman was all over Jeff there for a while. Here's two guys that are really fighting it out right now.
15th place, Mark Martin passing Kurt Busch.
Now the man running back in 19th position, Tony Stewart, he's back on the lead lap. We've been talking about this fuel strategy and all. The only thing that will save Tony Stewart, no matter how good of a car he has, he needs a caution to get caught back up.
Jeff Gordon with a 1-second lead over Ryan Newman, 2.3 seconds up on Jimmy Johnson, and Elliott Sadler's going to the garage. Steve?
Mike, they're not exactly sure what's wrong. They're going to go in there and take a look. They think a shock may be broken. But he said the car was wiggling badly in the corners. 38 to the garage.
Yeah, I mean, he's made about a dozen trips to pit road. They finally decided, let's go find out for sure what's happening.
Oh, he said, I hope it's broken because something is.
Drink intelligently. A reminder from Smirnoff Ice Triple Black Premium Malt Beverage, proud sponsor of Matt Kenseth and the number 17 car.
Any recipe that starts out open 3 beers is worth a shot. Add a pack of Johnsonville brats, simmer with onions, adjust recipe to 4 beers, grill and serve with your favorite condiments. And if the first bite reminds a certain someone she picked Mr. Right, well, welcome to Heaven on a Bun. Welcome to Johnsonville.
Get away from the usual with the new Super Sampler Combo at Long John Silver's. Our delicious batter-dipped fish, chicken, and shrimp, plus crunchy shrimp fries and a drink just $3.99. The new Super Sampler Combo. Dive into something new at Long John Silver's.
Introducing the Panasonic Pro Curve Pivot Action Shaver. The world's fastest shaver. The world's sharpest shaver blades. And a head that pivots to fit your face. The Pro Curve Pivot Action Shaver.
I feel like a new man.
Panasonic. Ideas for life.
Senseless garage door destruction. A problem no more thanks to the twice as fast accelerator. Only from Genie.
Introducing the Victory Vegas. Yes, it's art. No, there is no wine tasting afterwards. Vegas, a modern factory custom from Victory, the new American motorcycle. Take the Victory Challenge, test ride a Victory, and get a free t-shirt.
Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get track pads. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
Glad to have you with us Sunday ride here in Dover. And Jeff Gordon, who took over on lap 240, now on lap 268, has the lead, a four-time winner here in Dover. But the Monster Mile put a real scare into some of the younger drivers. 6 rookies in the race today. Casey Mears, one of them. And at the tail end of the first lap, causing an 8-car wreck. Tony Raines was caught in that, another rookie. And then the onboard Jeff Hammond with Greg Biffle.
Hey, Greg Biffle right now, he's coming up off the turn 4 right there. Car gets away from him. Greg winds up going to the inside, hits the inside wall.
And then Jack Sprague, who was running rather well, 38-year-old rookie, hits the wall hard. He was okay. His car was not, fell out of it. And Jamie McMurray is the highest running rookie at the moment, up to 11th as we get a look at rookie points.
Yeah, right now, Jamie McMurray, who won last year driving in relief for Sterling Marlin, is leading the Rookie of the Year points right now over Greg Biffle by about 4 points. And it's going to be a really tight battle as we proceed through the rest of the year. But the Monster Mile has definitely got these guys' attention.
All right, Jeff Gordon leading Ryan Newman. Dale Jarrett, you see the 88 car being pushed in. Both of the Yates cars behind the wall. Elliott Sadler moments ago as well.
Yeah, it looks like all of a sudden the engine woes have jumped up there as we look at the leader right now, Jeff Gordon, as he continues to lead the way around the Monster Mile. But for the Robert Yates cars, not a good day.
All right, and Ryan Newman running second, and the teammate of Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, who's been red hot, trying to go 3 in a row here. Lowe's signing a 5-year contract extension with Hendrick Motorsports, and Hendrick signing an extension with Johnson and his crew chief, Chip Canal, so the team will be together for a while.
Yeah, right there is a strong commitment right there by Lowe's to have a lot of faith in Jimmy Johnson as well as Chad Canals, along with Hendrick Motorsports, as we're looking out of the onboard camera right there from Jimmy Johnson, who's been just hotter than a firecracker the last little bit, and he's still got an excellent chance running here in 3rd place.
I think I called Chad Canals Chip, but they're chipping away on the concrete here, trying to move up to the lead and maybe do it again in Dover.
Exactly right. As we take a look at Rusty Wallace, who's been really strong all day, but he's being challenged right now by 7th place contender Ricky Craven right there, and here comes the 99 of Jeff Burton. So we've got ourselves a real dogfight right now for a top 5 run right now by these guys.
And Rusty Wallace trying to end that winless streak of 74 races. Let's rejoin Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Larry McReynolds.
Now you saw Kevin Harvick, them passing Kevin Harvick. Harvick had gotten one of his 2 laps back, but he has surrendered it once again to go 2 down.
OTIDE looks pretty good right now, Larry. He's past the 99, catching the 2s, working on him right now. Car looks really good. Tide is on the go today.
I talked to him last night, and you see Ricky Craven, not surprising, working that high line right there through the corner. Talked to him last night. He said, Larry, I know we didn't run a fast lap on the practice sheet, but just like Darlington, the race we won, I'm good on the long run.
Boy, and he's showing it, too. He's got that high line, and he is coming off the corner.
Oh, he just took the low line away from Jeff Burton coming off the corner there. So Burton's going to have to gather back up.
He's trying it. What he's doing, he's not watching now. He goes up there. Now he's going to cut to the bottom. He's kind of diamonding the corner off, getting a heck of a run off the corner doing that. He just doesn't want Burton to stick his nose up there and take his line away.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson has crashed.
Caution is out. We're getting a report he may have hit oil.
Okay, Jimmy.
If it did hit oil.
10-4, I just lost it.
I just lost it. Just what Jack Sprague said. And Jimmy Johnson's chance for 3 in a row have crunched.
Same thing that happened to Matt Kenseth yesterday, leading the Busch race all by himself and spun off of turn 2.
Now, what's this man's misfortune is another man's fortune. Tony Stewart, he's back on the lead lap.
Now, Ward Burton.
We've seen that.
His teammate
We've
last
seen
week.
that before right there. That's that gravy that's coming. The radiator's got a heat exchanger in it for the oil. And they and when the heat exchanger busted last week in Kenny Wallace's car, caused the water and oil to mix together, looked the very same way, Larry.
And like I say, when you see the 2 teammate cars look the same 2 weeks in a row, you almost feel like it's the same problem.
Now, Jimmy Johnson said he just lost it, but if that fluid was getting down onto the racetrack, he may have gotten in it, and that stuff is slick.
Yeah, he probably doesn't realize, well, he's pretty high up out of the groove, but if there's oil over there.
Steve Burns.
And Matt Kenseth says he needs a little more bite coming off the corners. He'll make a wedge adjustment, 4 tires for Matt Kenseth. Jackman comes around, we go to Matt Yoakum.
And Steve Letard, the car chief on the 24, already made the wedge adjustment on Jeff Gordon's Chevrolet. He said the car was tight in the center of the corner. He's down and away. Meanwhile, service just finishes on the 12 of Ryan Newman. They made a track bar adjustment.
And they come out third, Matt, behind Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte. That's what it looks like when warm oil and hot water get together.
And again, what happened to his teammate last week at Lowe's Motor Speedway, the 23 car, Kenny Wallace, is there's a heat exchanger inside the radiator that cools the oil. The heat exchanger got a leak in it. It mixed the oil and the water together, and it came out like that.
Very well to bypass it. Yeah, you just see him gets loose off of 2 over there, and man, he hits that inside wall a ton.
Well, Darrell, you said he was running a little bit up out of the groove, and if that was spewing out the right side, there it is on the in-car camera lens.
I think it just took off. He didn't realize that he hit the oil over there. Happened so fast, and you think you made a mistake, and you don't realize that there may have been something that was an extenuating circumstance.
With all the damage sustained, it's going to be tough to get that car back in the race. Here's the run off pit road. Jeff Gordon.
All by himself.
Bobby Labonte edges Ryan Newman. Now, Michael Waltrip was scored last time by as the race leader.
What I think he did, you know, he's been running kind of near the back of the lead lap cars, and for a guy that's 7th in points, remember, that's 5 bonus points, maybe not a bad move, especially since a lot of guys around you are having problems. There you see the pit summary right there. Jeff Gordon going from 1st to 2nd. Of course, the reason is Michael Waltrip stayed out, so that's a little deceiving. Ryan Newman losing a couple of positions, but Bobby Labonte, that group right there, look at his pit time. Pit road time was good. Well,
I just wonder about Ryan Newman's smoking problem. Hadn't heard much about that since he reported it earlier. I saw some smoke trailing out of it when he left the pit box.
So now 17 cars are on the lead lap with Jimmy Johnson's exit to the garage. The list of contenders grows a little shorter with 120 laps to go. Michael Waltrip will pit and surrender the lead to Jeff Gordon.
And we're on 1 to go, Mike.
Jeff Gordon now moves to 4th on the all-time lap leader list at Dover International Speedway. Bobby Allison, 2,800 laps led, then Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, and now Jeff Gordon. Matt?
Well, under this caution, Mike, Robbie Loomis was talking to a NASCAR official asking that they give an extra man over the wall. The windshield was so bad, but they couldn't afford to lose time and pull the tear off the windshield. He's still lobbying.
Normally this deep into the race, 280 laps, they would have normally given them that extra man, but this pit road's so tight and so dangerous, I think they kind of wait to the last minute to do that.
If that's all they want the guy to do, if that's all they're really asking for, I'd give it to him, because that driver doesn't need to be out there with a windshield he can't see out of.
Dick Bertrand.
Jeff Burton had a slow pit stop, Mike. He came in 7th, went out 13th, lost 6 spots because the jack just would not go up far enough on the left side. They had trouble getting the tires on as a result.
Larry, this has become just such a game of making no mistakes.
I mean, that's it. And most of them, the mistakes are made right there on pit road, and it's cost several good cars some positions today. But we're going to keep a close watch on Tony Stewart because he's back on the lead lap. He's in 16th position in that 20 car.
Jeff Gordon leads Bobby Labonte, Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth, Rusty Wallace, Johnny Benson up to 6th. Highest he's been all day. Terry Labonte, Ricky Craven, and Robbie Gordon, Jamie McMurray. That's your top 10.
I tell you, Johnny Benson, the 10 car, that group had a good trip on pit road that time, gained a lot of spots. Car's getting a little better as this race goes on. Pretty much with that caution coming out with about 120 laps to go, that kind of takes that fuel strategy out for now that they were talking to Ryan Newman. No one can make it on just to the rest of the race without stopping. Jamie McMurray in a 42 car, he ran out of racetrack off turn 2 that time, got right up against the wall, lost a lot of positions.
Ward Burton back in the pits.
Yeah, they wiped that all off and cleaned it all off, but he's obviously they didn't fix the problem.
And Darrell, that lobbying by Robbie Loomis paid off. The teams will have an extra man to clean the windshield on their next pit stop.
That would actually aggravate me.
You have it now.
But
Steve Burns updates us from the garage.
And it's busy back here, Mike. Jimmy Johnson remains in his race car, but they've taken the entire nose piece off. They've just disconnected the radiator. He sits still in the race car. Meanwhile, Elliott Sadler just down the garage from him. They thought they had a busted shock. They've changed shocks. They fixed the clutch. They also have a bad gear. They're going to change that. They're still working on the 38 of Elliott Sadler.
Well, when it rains, it pours. That's for sure. This team just starting to show so much strength a few races ago.
Larry, what they're trying to do is the car's not driving good, it's not handling good. They're going to change it. Maybe the gear's messed up. Maybe the shocks are messed up, you know.
Lead change. Bobby Labonte underneath Jeff Gordon, drove right on by into turn 3.
Mike, one guy has been battling all day long to try to get to the top 10 after starting way in the back in a backup car has been Dale Earnhardt Jr. He has finally cracked the top 10. Let's see whether or not he can continue to climb the ladder.
Of course, no practice with that race car. This is the same race car that he had all the brake problems with at Lowe's Motor Speedway last week in the Coca-Cola 600. Tony Eury Jr. told me they fixed the right side and fixed the brakes.
That brake thing still got me bum puzzled because all the video I saw doesn't line up with the stories I've been told.
Dick Berggren.
Johnny Benson has motored all the way from his 30th starting position to 6th spot. This morning I had conversation with James Ince, his crew chief, and as always, Ince was optimistic. Oh, I think we can win the race, he said. And I said, but you always tell us that. He said this morning, however, that he would be absolutely devastated if they failed to finish in the top 5. This is absolutely their best car. This car is used only here at Dover. It finished 2nd a couple of years ago here, and 50 laps ago, Ince keyed the radio and told his driver, Johnny Benson, step on it. We can win this thing. They believe, and maybe they can, Mike.
Well, they need a good run, Dick, because Johnny Benson has not had a top 10 finish since he won at Rockingham last November.
And the only reason they run that car here is probably a car they run here in Bristol is a concrete car. And really, the only reason that you call them that is because you raise everything up under the car, the cross member, the motor, the transmission. Because you go down in these corners so hard, everything will drag if you don't.
Of course, NASCAR also gives the teams a little extra, about a ½ inch on the quarter panel height, lets you run it a little higher because they know it's going to bottom out.
Folks, Bobby Labonte is in danger of running away with this race. Matt?
And that was a big goal for Fatback McSwain coming into Dover. When you look back to Bobby Labonte's history here from fall 97 through the fall 2000 race, he had 1 win, but his average finish was 3.7. The last 4 races here, 26.6. Bobby has been great on entry all day. He has just had trouble on exit, especially late exit, being too tight. They've worked slowly, not wanting to over-adjust. And one other secret weapon in Fatback's arsenal, his hat. The last 4 races, 3 seconds and a third. He has worn the same hat on race day. He took special precautions this week not to lose the hat. He had a special place for it. Although he says it's looking a little ratty and it doesn't quite smell the best. But Larry Mack, I think back in 97, didn't you have a Buzz Lightyear figurine in your pocket at Daytona?
Yes, I did, and I took it to Daytona in 98, and it definitely paid off in the Daytona 500.
$107 miles to go this time by Steve Burns.
With Dale Jarrett, Dale had a good run going. We'll put you out.
Yeah, something happened in the engine. They think maybe the camshaft broke or something like that. I just passed Cherry and came off of 2 and big vibration and quit pulling. So it's unfortunate. UPS board was pretty good. Kept getting it better. Sean was making great adjustments on it.
Thanks for your patience.
That car was getting much better as the race rolled on for Dale Jarrett. Bobby Labonte has opened up a 1-second lead on Jeff Gordon, but there's still a little more than 100 miles to go.
So this is the living room, plasma TV, the awesome sound system, toast, the hot tub, the grill. Oh yeah, did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. Visa, if you love NASCAR.
These are my neighbors. They're kind of noisy.
It's everywhere you want to be.
One pizza, one pizzone.
What's a pizzone?
The Pizzone. It's back at Pizza Hut. Now get any large pizza for your family and get a pizzone of your own for only $2.99.
What's a pizzone?
It's a big taste in a big folded pizza crust filled with cheese and luscious ingredients like pepperoni or fresh veggies. Everything deliciously sealed inside and baked to perfection, plus marinara sauce. Just $2.99 when you buy any large pizza at regular price. No one makes the whole family happy like Pizza Hut.
So this is a pizzone.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's an exterior decorator for your backyard, a place to piece together all your ideas, where you'll find the best of everything from barbecue grills to patio furniture, all in one place. And maybe learn a little something you didn't know. It's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work. It's a backyard vacation in the making. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
In 2002, Ford won 14 Cup races.
And at the end of the season, 7 of the top 10 cars were Fords.
In fact, Ford was the first to win 500 Cup races. Victories that brought Ford
15 manufacturers' championships.
That makes Ford, the team to watch.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
I don't think that there is anyone that could possibly understand what we were dealing with.
44 minutes. The North Hollywood Shootout premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
100 miles to go on the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400. You know, about this time in the race every year here, Walt Bagley would bring us ice cream sundaes. For years and years, his son Mike works for MRN Radio. He sold the ice cream store. We need a new plan, Daryl.
What's going on? Man, I tell you what, and that's one of the things I can hardly do without
ice cream.
My ice cream.
Tell you what, we're riding with Bobby Labonte, our leader right now in the 18 car, but his teammate, it has taken him about 160 laps. He's made his lap back up. He's just about made it back to the top 10 as he runs in 11th behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car. He could still use probably another caution to get caught back up here.
Yeah, it's a long way up here to where the 18 is. He's going down the back now as Tony goes into turn 1, so he's got a lot of ground to make up on that car, but he's making it up on everybody else.
And it's about a third of a lap right now. Jeff Gordon, 1.8 seconds off the lead as you look at Tony Stewart through the windshield of Ricky Rudd. Rudd is a lap down in 20th place. Tony was 32nd when he came back on track after that penalty. Got back on the lead lap and then is running along chasing the lead.
Well, I tell you what, I was watching that 41 car there a minute ago, Larry, and I don't know what flew off of it, but I think that half of the body must have flown off of it.
Casey Mears.
Mears wrecked on lap 1.
Yeah, he's been in for repair. Oh my, yeah.
That was about half the nose.
And where did it go?
Greg Biffle's roof cam is where it went. There they are. Now, Casey Mears, I'll tell you, that's tough duty. Lost 139 laps fixing that car, but he's come back out to run it to the finish.
The team makes you do it. It's punishment.
It's penance.
That's right. Right. Tore it up, you got to drive it.
And right now, because Patrician was so late into this race, he's still sitting back there in 43rd position, but he should be able to make a couple of positions.
Here's the 9th place battle. Robbie Gordon, Dale Jr., Tony Stewart.
I'm serious. So that was a huge piece of sheet metal. Where'd it go?
I know Robbie Gordon in the 31, he's about to lose 2 spots to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart, but I'm going to tell you, pretty impressive run for Robbie Gordon, considered before the green flag, he was sitting on pit road, didn't even look like he was even going to be able to start this race.
Junior looking low, nothing there, and Junior has a mirror full of Tony Stewart.
That was Richard Childers telling Robbie Gordon. I listened to Richard tell Skinner that for 2 years. Quit driving it in so hard. That's where they're beating you, driving in the corner too hard.
Well, this time, Robbie floats it in.
And they drive under me. Now, what am I supposed to do?
Well, go ahead and try driving it in harder.
Maybe I'll just leave me alone.
But that time, Gordon got off the corner much better.
Well, that's what happens. You slow down. You get slowed down sooner. You can get back in the gas quicker.
And I tell you what he's done now, he's moved it up the racetrack, and what he's doing, he's getting a good run off the corner by running in that second groove up.
It just allows you to pick the throttle up so much quicker. These cars are, what they like today is to run off the corner.
9th place is at stake here. Robbie Gordon, Earnhardt Jr., and Stewart. Looking at that battle from Ricky Rudd, who is a lap down in 20th.
While these guys are battling right behind them, they were talking about, you heard Tony Stewart go by Dale Earnhardt Jr. That is for the 10th spot. But right behind these guys, Jamie McMurray in that 42 car, the Havlin car. You talk about getting that favorite car. And I kind of question these guys why they didn't bring this car to Lowe's Motor Speedway. He's had 2 top 5 finishes and 3 top 10s. That's the race car he's done it with. They were saving it for here. I told Donnie Wingo, I said, man, don't save no race car, but it's running good here today.
Tony Stewart underneath Robbie Gordon. That's 9th place. Matt?
Ryan Newman sits in 3rd, about 2.4 seconds back from leader Bobby Labonte. The word now today is focus. He has asked his team to keep the radio communication at a minimum. He said, I need to pound out some big laps without having to think a whole lot, so please do not say a whole lot on the radio. Also, Darrell, you haven't seen the car smoking lately because they have run the power steering pump out of fluid. He doesn't have any power steering left. Got to perform yeoman-like duty like Jeff Gordon did last year in Martinsville.
Johnny Benson's going after the point leader, Matt Kenseth. This is for 4th place.
I'm going to tell you what, as Johnny Benson takes the 4th position, I've been watching the leader, our leader Bobby Labonte in the 18 car. You see Jeff Gordon here in the 24. Bobby's been losing about 0.2 of a second a lap for the last 4 or 5 laps to Jeff Gordon. He's coming.
Quite a bit of traffic. Quite a bit of traffic.
And Darrell, you're inquiring about the 18 of Bobby Labonte. About 6 or 7 laps ago, he came on the radio and said, Fatback, what changes did you make on the last stop? Fatback said, we didn't make any changes, no changes at all. He says, well, the car has now gone to the loose side. And that's one reason, Darrell, besides traffic, why you're seeing the 24 slowly close on the 18.
85 miles to go at Dover International Speedway. Bobby Labonte out front.
Briggs & Stratton engines have been helping Americans make the most of their free time for nearly a century. They start easily and get the job done quickly, so be sure there's a powerful Briggs & Stratton engine inside. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
Get away from the usual with the new Super Sampler Combo at Long John Silver's. Our delicious batter-dipped fish, chicken, and shrimp, plus crunchy shrimp fries and a drink, just $3.99. The new Super Sampler Combo. Dive into something new at Long John Silver's.
Six days a week, I am 200 pounds of flesh and blood. But today, I am 3,400 pounds of sheet metal, rubber, and steel. Today, I am not just driving the 12 car. I am the 12 car.
You know why we come here? These auto value experts really know their stuff.
Dad, parts is parts.
Oh yeah? Watch this.
No way he'll get this.
It's a fuel injector. Fits a 95 pickup, 302, and it's orange, part FJ60.
Wow!
Auto Value ASC Parts Professionals are certified by the same organization that certifies professional mechanics.
Ever seen anything like that, son?
Only in a commercial, Dad.
Auto Value Parts Stores. The parts you want, the value you expect.
Dear overhead door, my new overdrive garage door opener has changed my life in profound ways. Because it opens twice as fast, I don't spend my time keeping up with the Joneses. In fact, the overdrive keeps me 7 seconds ahead of them. I was so moved, I have erected this shrine in your honor. Sincerely, Bob R.
The genuine, the original overhead door. The only folks you need to know.
Stay cool. FX presents the story of the bank robbery that became the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Suspects armed with AK-47.
And reminded America why police officers are heroes.
Officer down. Get that man out of here.
Michael Madsen, Ron Livingston, Mario Van Peebles.
There's nothing we gotta get
44 minutes based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
Prepare for the ultimate home theater experience. DVD on TV.
Hold on to something.
Premieres Wednesday at 8, only on FX.
Hi, this is Bobby Labonte, driver of the Interstate Batteries MBNA Chevrolet. Please contribute to military families who've lost soldiers in Iraq or Afghanistan. You can do this by logging on to AFFSAF.org. Please contribute today.
Jeff Gordon just made a donation, passing Bobby Labonte and taking away the lead. 77 laps to go.
He had been coming for about the last 10 laps, and you heard Matt Yoakum talk to Fatback McSwing's Bobby Labonte in 18 here riding with him, starting to get looser and looser.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do now is maybe stretch it out a little bit. Maybe have been thinking about a green flag pit stop here. So if you got it, better use it.
Tony Stewart whips past Terry Labonte. That's for 7th place. Teammate to Bobby Labonte. Bobby's third in Charlotte was his worst finish of the last 4 races. And now he loses 2nd place to Ryan Newman.
Well, he said his car is loose, and buddy, what you don't want to have happen is the same thing happened to Jimmy Johnson. When the car breaks loose here with you, when the car gets loose here, it comes around so quickly you can't save it.
Jimmy Johnson trying to three-peat here at Dover. Snake bit, Steve Burns with him.
Street closed. You had a good run of luck. It ran out today, it looks like, Jimmy.
Yeah, we had a great car. Pretty loose for most of the day, and I got loose off of 2 and chased it up and almost had it saved, but I got into the outside wall a little bit, and then with the banking on the straightaways as much as they are, I turned down across into the inside wall and hit pretty hard. Pushed the sway bar tube and everything way back into the engine, so we're done for the day. Too bad, and we've had a great month going. I guess we're into a new month, so my luck's over, but I just feel bad for those guys. I just could have hung on to it and got to the next pit stop and adjusted on it.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks.
Johnson came in here 5th in points as Tony Stewart goes to work on Matt Kenseth for 6th place.
Matt just pulls over and lets him go. He said, "You're a lot better than I am, bud."
I'll tell you what, we got a battle for the lead, though, in turn 3. I don't know if they've still not talking to Ryan Newman on the radio, but whatever they're doing, it's working because he's been beating these guys big time the last 10 or 15 laps.
Hey, you know, I can see Ryan Newman driving his car without power steering because he's a strong kid. I mean, big shoulders, brawny looking kid, and power steering would not be a problem for him. He might drive
really
without
not
power
that
steering.
great.
Better.
I'm not as tight as I was, but the back end is just not hooked up.
Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, he's actually starting to fall back into the clutches of Bobby Labonte in the 18 car. It's like Bobby got back in traffic a little bit, maybe tightened his car up where he was loose. Now he's starting to pick the lap times up. But Ryan Newman, in the meanwhile, he's driving away from both of them.
70 miles to go, 17 cars on the lead lap, and 1 more pit stop to come.
And just to allude right now, as we see Bobby Labonte pull right up on the back of Jeff Gordon, you know, Bobby Labonte was complaining about his car being loose. The rear was wanting to come around. For the most part, except lapping cars, he was out there in clean air, getting all the downforce on the nose. So when he gets back in traffic, like right here following Jeff Gordon, he loses that front downforce, and sometimes it balances the car out.
The right front.
real strategy is most of our leaders were on pit road at lap 278, which is getting close to about 50 laps ago. We know everybody has to make about one more stop. I think some of these cars are starting to lose the handle. They may roll the dice and pit a little bit early, try to get advantage of those fresh tires.
Well, there's 3 cars that look really good. The 12 leading, and then right behind him, not too far back, is the 10 car that looks exceptionally good. Not too far back behind him is the 20 car. Those are the 3 best cars on the racetrack right now.
Jeff Burton's had an up and down day. Backslid to 14th, trying to take 13th away from Robbie Gordon. Jack Sprague is back after pounding the wall. I don't know where they found enough pieces to put back on it or places to attach them to his car, but they've been circulating laps. And here comes Bobby Labonte after Gordon. This is for 3rd.
Well, there's a bunch of guys that are racing hard right now. All battling for 12th place. There's the 99, the 31, and the 54. Bodine and Burton and Gordon, and they're going at it pretty heavy right now. Hot and heavy.
Tell you what, though, Robbie Gordon, he just keeps getting a little bit better, And I think the biggest thing, he's showing more maturity in the way he races. He's not getting himself in trouble like he did maybe a year or so ago.
He really got pumped up after that run at Richmond. Come from 3 laps down the way he did, and then end up with a top 5 finish. It's an incredible night for him.
I would like to have seen Robbie Gordon in Winston Cup when fellows like Dale Earnhardt and Tim Richmond were hustling cars around these racetracks.
I've always said when he drove for Felix Nevadas, Gordon we're talking about, had the best car control of anybody I'd ever raced against.
Ryan Newman, your leader by 1.2 seconds. That's the gap back to Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte. It's another 3 seconds back to Johnny Benson, who is now the 4th place car in the Valvoline Pontiac. Dick?
And Johnny Benson's lap times are as good as often better than the leaders. And his crew chief, James Vincent, just called him on the radio. A little bit of a pep talk, told him, you've got the best car out there. Steve.
Well, Dick, Winston Cup points leader Matt Kenseth does not. He just told crew chief Robbie Reiser, this thing is so loose, I feel like I'm driving it sideways. He needs a pit stop badly.
And just to go back to Dick Bergman talking about Johnny Benson, you think about where he had that last top 10 finish, where he won the race, Rockingham. Darrell, even though Rockingham and Dover are different, they are similar too when the cars start to slide around.
Sure, they're 1 mile racetracks, high bank, a lot of similarities.
Telling crew chief Matt Borland is it's like the car didn't start working until the right front gained some air pressure, and the reason he wants to put it in both right side, that will keep the balance of the car. The pressure in the right front will keep the car free, not being free getting in, but yet putting it in the right rear will make it turn off the corner.
Ryan Newman hoping to become the first Dodge to ever win the spring race at Dover.
Have you ever spent like 5 minutes with him? He's totally self-centered and insensitive. They just don't go together. I mean, she's my best friend. She has these emotional needs he can't meet. Remember what she went through with Brad? It was just like awful. He's so rude.
And it's a deep drive to center. Rodriguez makes the catch. It looks like they're going to send the runner. Here comes a throw. He's safe. He's safe. The winning run is now on 3rd.
You're such a great listener.
Thanks.
Evan was like, what am I going to do?
We went on this the other day, and all of a sudden this girl started giving her like how like my milkshake is, and it's all like.
Sauce is thicker than water. Gather up the family for Denny's Barbecue Days. Taste our hickory smoked St. Louis-style ribs covered in rich barbecue sauce. Or for $6.99, try our tangy barbecue chicken deluxe, one of 4 great new meals. Check out Denny's Barbecue Days. You can't help but smile. Denny's, a good place to sit and eat.
Welcome back to the Haviland 500 and checking the Haviland running order. The Haviland 42 car is moving up.
Yeah, boy, take a look at that Haviland Speedo and Haviland tack on McMurray's ride.
Let's time this lap with a Haviland stopwatch.
That Haviland temperature gauge says his engine's running good.
It's time to pay some bills. Folks, this race is brought to you by,
Haviland Motor Oil.
Yep, now back to racing.
I tell you what, it's easy to see why Jamie's doing so well.
And thanks for these beautiful overhead shots from the Haviland blimps.
Designing an all-season tire to outperform performance tires wasn't rocket science. Then again, maybe it was. Pilot Sport AS, our most advanced C-rated tire ever. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
I know a little something about making good moves. So if you're thinking about Viagra, one of the best moves you can make is a pit stop to see your doctor.
Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you.
Make your move. Talk to your doctor about Viagra today.
To learn more, race over to Viagra.com.
The story of the most intense shootout in LAPD history. 44 minutes. Premieres tonight at 8. Only on FX.
Tony Stewart has come from 32nd, a lap down, to 7 seconds off the leader, who is Ryan Newman. There are still 17 cars on the lead lap, and there's one pit stop to go with about 50 miles left in the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400.
There you see Ryan Newman, our leader right there, going down to halfway down the backstretch. Next pit stop should be about 19 laps from now. And, you know, with about 17 cars on the lead lap, Jeff Hammond, this could be a real chess match, because I just feel like with what we saw with Robbie Gordon earlier, even with that few laps to go, you want to put 4 tires on that car.
Larry, if you don't put 4 tires on that car, you might as well go ahead and just take it to the garage, because you're not going to win this race by gambling on 2 tires. And the other thing that's kind of interesting about this particular racetrack, it's not an easy racetrack to get in and off on and off pit road, so you got to be real careful. Yesterday, and if you remember during the Busch race, we watched one of the guys who was running second at the time, chasing the leader, and when they called him down on pit road, I think it was Martin Truex, he actually wound up spinning his car as he come down on pit road. Let's take a look at what happened to him yesterday, and it cost him a chance to win, I think. He came down pit road chasing Matt Kenseth, the leader that time, spun the car around. A lot of times, the lower side of the racetrack has a lot of marbles. So when you come off of this banking, you've got to be on your game. Otherwise, you're going to wind up making a mistake like this. Any kind of mistakes as tight as this top 5 or 6 are could very much cost you this race.
Yeah, and you look at our guys on the lead lap. In the perfect world, if you knew there was not going to be a caution come out, you would maybe want a short pit. But we know right now, if you pit under green and a caution comes out on the heels of that, that you will go possibly 2 laps down, and that pretty much would end your day, this few laps to go.
Yeah, that's what I worry about. 2 things there. First of all, the guy that spun was a rookie. He had never raced here, so that's a little bit of a thing that these guys got a little more experience coming on this pit road. The other thing is, if you don't take 4 tires, you're not going to win the race, just like Jeff said. But I'm not coming in. I do not want to be the first one on pit road, because this year seemed like more than ever we've seen the caution fall right in a cycle of pit stops.
Rusty Wallace is the best example I can think of. It's probably happened to him 3 or 4 times.
And Darrell, would you not believe, and Larry, that because the 12 car, they make a lot of power with this Penske Jasper engines, you would have to believe that they're probably burning more fuel than anybody else out there. So logically, he would probably be the first car to pit road, giving the other guys an opportunity to make a decision of what to do and when to do it.
Well, they told him to save a little fuel. Looking at his lap times, he must not got that message.
Jeff Hammond, you talk about mistakes. Mike Joy mentioned it a while ago. I would say this has got to be the best stop of the day. No mistakes on the driver's part, no mistake on that pit crew's part.
46 miles and 1 pit stop to go here in Dover.
Lucky's been set up.
You're a cheat.
Oh!
Those are mine.
Can anyone but his boys get him back in the game?
Remember me.
Lucky. An all-new episode Tuesday at 10 on FX.
It's a proud day when you graduate from hot dogs and grill your first Johnsonville brat. So don't ruin it with a cattle prod. Sure, poke a dog or a burger. But never puncture a Johnsonville brat. Ever. When you learn how to keep all that juicy flavor inside a brat until it's safely tucked away, welcome to heaven on a bun. Welcome to Johnsonville.
For me, everything's black and white. Ball's in, or ball's out. Black and white, black and white. It's how it goes out there.
Now get a sleek new Nokia color phone from Singular. And get cool games like Skate and Slam and Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, plus polyphonic ringtones. Get a great deal on a Nokia 3500 series color phone.
I call it the Todd Beebe Color My World plan.
Come in today and see how Singular fits you best.
The unexpected can be planned for. Tires with proven stopping power. On the wings of Goodyear.
There's a reason RE/MAX agents average more sales than other real estate people. RE/MAX agents want every transaction to be as perfect as possible. With all their experience, they know that a little extra effort can make a big difference to sellers and buyers.
Can you fly?
RE/MAX. Outstanding agents. Outstanding results.
Welcome back to Dover. Here's how we got to where we are, and the way things started, it should have been a signal. An 8-car wreck at the tail end as you get a look from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s on board. He was at the back of the pack and involved in that. Tony Stewart, who led for a while, a pit box violation, went from first to 32nd. Jimmy Johnson, who was threatening to lead, running third, wrecked in turn 2, said he just lost it. But Tony Stewart was able to make up his lap, and since Jeff Hammond has moved all the way up to 4th.
Yeah, he's got definitely one of the fastest cars right now, and pit stops are going to be the name of the game today, and it looks like it's already started. I understand that the 24 car of Jeff Gordon, who's in second place, is on pit road already, kind of starting things off. Followed behind him, the 17 car, Matt Kenseth, who's also had a problem with his race car today. He's come to pit road to try to get some of those adjustments, to try to get back up there, and I think Matt Yoakum's standing by.
And Jeff Gordon on a drive looking for his 5th Dover win, makes his way into his pit box, which should be his final stop today. They're going to make a wedge adjustment. Gordon was much tighter in the middle of that run than he was at the end. Still trying to make that race car better, Steve Burns.
4 tires for Matt Kenseth, Matt. He said his car's very loose. Half a round of red wedge in the left rear for Kenseth, and he's away. Dick.
Johnny Benson pits out of 5th position. It's also going to be 4 tires there. Nobody going to gamble with 2 tires that we have seen so far. 4 tires, quick change for Benson. The crew, Matt.
A great 13.1 second stop last time for Bobby Labonte's. They pulled a tearaway off. This team, trouble on the front. Mark Hollywood Armstrong. Trouble on the front. A costly mistake for Bobby Labonte's team. They felt like the pit road crew cost them a chance to win last week as Ryan Newman is in. Remember, Ryan Newman was tight. You heard him talk on the radio about making an air pressure adjustment. They also made a chassis adjustment. Is Ryan trying to win his first race here at Dover. Meanwhile, Tony Stewart is in for service. He has the team back up the air pressure adjustments that they made on the last stop. Stewart's down and away as the 5 car. Terry Labonte's in. He pitted 1 lap. That's the 24 because they didn't want to have a chance of any kind of problem on pit road because they're pitting close together, Steve Burns.
Matt Dale Earnhardt Jr. has battled back from the rear of the field all day long. They make a chassis adjustment. Right side tires going on. Left side tires on of the 8 car of Dale Earnhardt. Pit service is complete.
Just about all the lead lap cars have now been in. Catching up on traffic, Ryan Newman and Jeff Gordon. As things cycle through, green flag pit stops here.
I think Tony made some gains there. Matter of fact, I know he did. He made quite a bit of gains.
Well, I think one thing that happened to Ryan Newman in the 12th car, he almost got tangled up with Rusty Wallace, his teammate, and Bobby Labonte on pit road. Cost him a lot of time as he was turning into his pit box.
I'm sorry, Mike. Sorry.
You saw them listed 3rd and 5th, Darrell, but they did come out first. They're now racing 1st and 2nd because Kurt Busch has surrendered the lead. He's the last lead lap car to pit.
And that's one of the things you always just almost beg your crew chief to do. Don't bring me on pit road with everybody else.
So Stewart is now 3rd. He is 3 seconds off the lead. Bobby Labonte will cycle out 4th. Rusty Wallace 5th. Johnny Benson 6th. Matt Kenseth 7th. Dave Blaney 8th. Jeff?
Mike, you just made the comment that Tony Stewart is a little less than 3 seconds behind our leader now, Ryan Newman. That meant he cut almost 3.5 seconds off of the leader's time because of that pit stop, getting on and off pit road and the problems that Ryan Newman incurred coming down pit road that Larry McReynolds was talking about. So big game for Tony Stewart.
And Dave Blaney in the 77 now comes to pit road. The reason he had moved to 8th is he had not pitted yet. But I want to show you this situation that almost happened to Ryan Newman and did cost him some time. He's doing everything he should right here. There you see his teammate, though, Rusty Wallace pulling out, and Bobby Labonte. He should already be able to turn into his pit box. Right there, he had to slow down, cost him a lot of time. It wasn't much, but it was enough that Tony Stewart made up that time that Jeff Hamlin was talking about.
And Larry Mack, by design, that's why Terry Labonte and Jeff Gordon chose to not pit on the same lap because they are pitting side by side here on pit road. They didn't want to have a chance of ruining the race for the other one.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to green flag stops, there's so much you have to figure in. You need to go around and talk. Darrell and I talk about this a lot. Talk to your neighbors. See if you can talk them into coming a lap later or you coming a lap sooner, just so you're not on top of each other, because it hurts both of you.
Look at on top of each other. Jeff Gordon is right on top of Ryan Newman. This is for the lead.
And Michael's really kind of holding up to the leaders right there, trying to stay on the lead lap, but it's to no avail. He should let him get out of the way and let him go.
He finally moves up, Ryan Newman to go by him, so that means we have 14 cars on the lead lap.
The McDonald's drive-through contest fueled by Powerade. The teams that choose to participate after 12 of 36 races look like this. There's another 20 grand at the end of today's race for the participating team that spends the least amount of time on pit road. 27 miles to go at Dover International Speedway. We'll take a quick break and be back to the checkered flag.
I think music does more to bring people together than any other one thing. As much as I travel, we're always looking for good radio stations that play good music, and XM radio gives me everything I need. I've got 100 different choices that I can make: pop, country, rock and roll, news, talk, whatever. Right at this moment, XM radio is the best radio there is.
XM Satellite Radio, featuring the only 24-hour NASCAR radio channel.
Stay cool. FX presents the story of the bank robbery that became the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Suspects armed with AK-47.
And reminded America why police officers are heroes.
Officer down. Get that man out of here.
Michael Madsen, Ron Livingston, Mario Van Peebles.
There's nothing we gotta do.
44 minutes based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8.
How would you like the power to change from this to this? Join the thousands of men and women who are changing their bodies and lives with our best-selling videos hosted by fitness celebrity John Bastow.
Fitness Made Simple gives you the power to change. The power to change your body,
the power to change your life.
Order our Power Package today and get the original Fitness Made Simple workout and nutrition video, plus AM/PM workouts, John's popular morning and evening exercise video for only $29.95. That's 2 videos for the price of 1. Call now.
Fitness Made Simple, bringing real results to real people.
Weinbrenner Seminary, in cooperation with the University of Findlay, offers to you the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Religious Studies with a pastoral focus. This degree is designed to provide strong biblical and theological foundations with practical ministry training for individuals currently serving or being called to serve in ministry, but not yet having a bachelor's degree. Weinbrenner wants to provide you with the training and knowledge you need to minister in today's changing and challenging world. It's never too late to get started on your education. Call Weinbrenner today at 1-800-992-4987.
A special announcement from the Bargain Network. You can buy cars for as low as $500. Choose from thousands of cars repossessed and seized by the U.S. Customs, IRS, FBI, and private organizations. Call 800-369-8822. Foreclosed homes and distressed properties are selling for as low as $199 a month. HUDs, VAs, repos, and more.
Through the Bargain Network, I got my dream car, and I saved a lot of money.
New cars and homes are being added every day. For listings in your area, call now. 800-369-8822. Call now.
Saturday, NASCAR on FX, Winston Cup Happy Hour, and Busch Series Racing. Saturday starting at 6:30 Eastern, only on FX.
20 laps to go at the MBNA Armed Forces Family 400 here in Dover, Delaware. Ryan Newman leading Jeff Gordon with Tony Stewart third. And the last time a Dodge, Newman in his Dodge, if he holds on, the last time a Dodge won at Dover, Richard Petty, a Ford was in the White House, and Newman wasn't even born. That's back in 1975. Let's go back up to the booth. DW, what were you doing in 75?
Well, I was getting on with my career. I won my first race in Nashville, Tennessee in 1975. Won 2 races that year. Those were my first 2 wins.
Jeff Gordon is keeping close tabs on Ryan Newman, but he just hasn't gotten close enough to try to make a move for the lead.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is Ryan Newman keeps catching these lap cars, and cars that are actually trying to stay on the lead lap, like Michael Waltrip in the 15 a while ago. They give Ryan a much harder time getting by than to do Jeff Gordon in the 24.
Now, Stewart has not gained much, Darrell. Maybe a 10th here and there.
Hey, he's going to run out of time, I'm afraid. But, boy, he's made a valiant effort today to get back in the race and get back on the lead lap. And he's done a really good job.
Now, Bobby Labonte is 4th. Johnny Benson 5th. Rusty Wallace 6th. Matt Kenseth, the point leader, 7th. And Kenseth will increase that point lead slightly as he stays 1 spot ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
But I would have to say, if Dale Earnhardt Jr. and those guys can come out of here 1 spot behind Matt Kenseth based on the way that car looked yesterday in practice, no practice with this car, being involved in that wreck on lap 1, I'd say they'd be pretty happy leaving here.
I'd say you're right. They pulled their act back together, and that's a good job. I tell you, traffic's going to be a big factor here, though, because you got cars trying to stay on the lead lap. And right here, that 99 car,
he opened the door. He opened the bottom of the door.
Just on the inside, under quarter.
Back in
and
front
what that's doing is allowing Tony Stewart to catch up. We're going to have a 3-way battle here. I believe when Stewart gets there, he'll blow right by him if he doesn't run out of time.
Look at this big pack of traffic, Darrell, right up in front of the leaders.
There's where Jeff Gordon's been so good all day long, is getting off the corner.
And what he did, he diamonded the racetrack in 1 and 2 and got a big run coming off turn 2 down the backstretch.
But just look right behind these guys. Just coming in the frame right there, Tony Stewart is coming in a hurry.
Slice and dice time, 14 laps to go.
Of course, Jeff Burton in the 99, he's trying to stay on the lead lap, but he's going to lose it right here.
Boy, that gave Newman breathing room he needed.
Yes, he did.
But still, there are 3-lapped cars just in front of him, and here comes Stewart gaining a lot of ground on Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, he's going to get Gordon, but I don't know if he's got enough car with, yeah, he does. He's got enough time. It's going to make a race out of it, I can promise you.
Matt Kenseth, Rusty Wallace. Kenseth fighting to get to 6th. Turn 2. Kenseth has a run.
Oh, easy right there, Matt.
Boy, I know we're showing a battle right here for 6th position, but Tony Stewart, the last time through 3 and 4, boy, what a run he got off turn 4.
He's doing what we were talking about. He is matting that baby right in the middle of the corner, and he's coming up off that turn.
Kenseth trying to clear Wallace for 6th, and now can't do it. Rusty, tough on the outside. Crash. Casey Mears hits the wall, turn 1.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
Well, that changes everything. Greg Biffle may have been involved in that with Casey Mears, who opened the day by wrecking on lap 1. She damaged the right front of Biffle's car. You saw from the onboard. Oh boy.
I can't tell if that's, no, that is, that's Biffle's car.
Yeah, some of that's past damage and some of it's new damage.
I'm going to tell you what, guys, here's going to be the real gamble. We know we will get this race restarted. We have 11 laps to go right now. We know we're going to go get back started. They've got 23 laps on their tires. This is going to be a tough call on what do you do. Do you come to pit road? Do you stay out? What do you do?
Larry, you got 13 cars on the lead lap, so.
Larry, don't even mention me coming to pit road. Hello.
Let's watch from Greg Biffle. Briggs and Stratton on board.
Whoa. The 41 car just kind of drove up on top of the 16 the way it looked.
See right there, that good luck charm? I believe I'd find a new one. Track crews talking to Casey Mears. And some drivers on the back of the lead lap are coming in. Terry Labonte, Ricky Craven, Todd Bodine, Robbie Gordon, and Jamie McMurray. Greg Biffle's also in.
13 cars on the lead lap, and
from 9th on back, pitted.
And those guys really had nothing to lose. Obviously, their cars were not very good, so really, who could win the race off pit road right here could be a big deal for where they finish.
I'm no crew chief, but if I was Dale Earnhardt Jr., I would have come with them. If you come in ahead of those guys and you beat them off, you restart right behind Matt Kenseth, who you're racing for this championship, but you got fresher tires.
And we do know it will be a down finger restart within 10 laps to go, which means single file, no lap cars to the inside to deal with.
You know, you could be a crew chief.
Well, maybe not a good one. Can't be a weatherman, we know that. 10 laps to go in Dover.
Saturday, NASCAR on FX, Winston Cup Happy Hour, and Busch Series Racing. Saturday, starting at 6:30.
How would you like the power to change from this to this? Join the thousands of men and women who are changing their bodies and lives with our best-selling videos hosted by fitness celebrity John Bastow.
Fitness Made Simple gives you the power to change. The power to change your body, the power to change your life.
Order our power package today and get the original Fitness Made Simple workout and nutrition video, plus AM/PM workouts, John's popular morning and evening exercise video for only $29.95. That's 2 videos for the price of 1. Call now.
Fitness Made Simple, bringing real results to real people.
Announcing an amazing achievement in sport. The end of messy athletes' foot creams. Introducing Gold Bond Foot Swabs. Just snap to release the only medicine proven to cure and prevent most athletes' foot. New Gold Bond Foot Swabs. The no mess, no touch cure.
The more it hurts, the more you need the Icy Hot Patch. It concentrates pain relief right where it hurts. Icy first to dull the pain, then hot to relax pain away for hours of relief. The amazing Icy Hot Patch.
Fantastic how long it works.
At 11, only on FX.
Stay cool.
FX presents the story of the bank robbery that became the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Suspects armed with AK-47.
And reminded America why police officers are heroes.
Officer down, officer down. Get that man out of here.
Michael Madsen, Ron Livingston, Mario Van Peebles.
There's nothing we have to cover.
44 minutes based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
8 miles to go in Dover Downs. We will get this race restarted. Casey Mears climbed out of his car unhurt. They have dragged the Target Dodge back to the garage. So 13 cars on the lead lap. 5 of them pitted under this caution. Matt Yoakum.
Well, Mike, the show is really going to get good here. Ryan Newman says his car is on the tight side. Jeff Gordon says his car is tight. Meanwhile, when Greg Zippinelli asked Tony Stewart how his car was, he said, Greg, just sit back and let's watch the show.
Oh, boy.
I mean, there's not a whole lot that crew chief can do right now as far as if it's tight or if it's loose. It's pretty much up to that driver and that race car for these next 5 or 6 laps that we get some racing.
So it's Newman, last year's Rookie of the Year. 4-time champ and 4-time Dover winner Jeff Gordon. Then Tony Stewart, who has come back from a lap down to run 3rd. 4th is Stewart's teammate, Bobby Labonte, who's seen success here at the Monster Mile. 5th is Johnny Benson, the number 10, on track for his best finish of the season. 6th, outside pole sitter Rusty Wallace. 7th, point leader Matt Kenseth, and right behind him, the point standing runner-up Dale Earnhardt Jr.
One thing you got to be sure you do here is get those tires cleaned up, because you've been out there on hot tires. You don't want to spin the tires here and get passed on the restart.
Yesterday, Matt Kenseth leading the Busch race, spun the tires on a restart, got run into, and saw his hopes to win dashed.
Well, it's easy to do on this concrete, but like Darrell said, it's real easy to do on those hot tires if you don't get them cleaned off good.
It's always the downside. You know, you'd love to come get those stickers because they don't pick up all that trash, but those hot tires riding around here, they will. And you better know for sure you got them cleaned up.
Now, keep an eye on that group from 9th on back. Ricky Craven, Terry Labonte, Robbie Gordon, Jamie McMurray, and Todd Bodine, because they all have brand new tires.
Yeah, the other cars out there, I mean, I definitely think Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon, those guys in front did what they had to do. But those guys back there, you're talking about, Mike, 23 less laps on their tires. And that can mean a lot here at Dover, especially not having to fight no lap traffic.
Yeah, I think this day may end up just like it started.
We'll see. Matt?
The top 3 drivers, all out of the USAC open wheel ranks, all know how to race in a short feature, and that's what we have. Scott Maxim told Robbie Loomis that if Gordon is bothered by the #1 ignition box, he can go to the backup box because there isn't a rev chip in that box, Larry Mack.
Turn those RPMs. All bets are off now. 6 laps to go.
Gordon pushes Newman down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Newman didn't get off to a real great start. I think he may have buzzed him a little bit.
But boy, he got to run through turn 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon, he's got his hands full with Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte. Bobby's going to go by his teammate for 3rd down the backstretch.
Well, Tony had to check up because Gordon wasn't going, and Tony he couldn't get under him and close the door on him, and that allowed Bobby to go by on the outside.
And Ryan Newman, we said it last week about Jimmy Johnson. Adios, amigos. 5 laps to go.
Ryan Newman trying to give this field the goodbye look.
I think there's any question about that. He is long gone.
Yeah, he just ran 24.18. Jeff Gordon ran 24.67. Half a second. 4 to go.
Pretty much the guys that came in there and got tires, it doesn't seem to have helped them or hurt them, either one.
They're starting to race each other, though. Terry Labonte in the 5 car. He's going to go underneath Ricky Craven in the 32. Try to bring Robbie Gordon with him. Pulls right up behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car.
And if they get past Junior, that's points. That's 4 points per position.
Yeah, Junior's struggling the most. Of course, he didn't take tires.
Right.
These guys behind him did. He's trying to hold them off. I don't know if that's going to work or not.
Craven coming hard. Gets to the inside. Junior to block.
Robbie Gordon in 31. He moves underneath Terry Labonte in the 5 car. They're side by side.
Craven on the high side. Gets Junior.
Seeing both battles right here.
Now Robbie Gordon comes after the 8.
Pretty much a done deal at the front. These guys back in here for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. They're working mighty, mighty hard.
White flag.
I'm going to tell you what, though. I see Johnny Benson in that Valvoline car, the 10 car. You watch Ryan Newman here. It's a great run for those guys. They didn't even have a top 10 coming in here. Another half a lap, they'll have a top 5 like James Itz code they could get.
Robbie Gordon underneath Dale Jr. heading for turn 3.
And when he opens the door, I think Terry Labonte is going to try to go with him.
Nice work, big boy.
Here he comes.
Ryan Newman, 3rd career win. 1st for Dodge in a quarter century. And both Robbie Gordon and Terry Labonte get Dale Jr. before the flag.
Matt Kenseth, our points leader, comes home 7th, which would be 4 positions in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, Dale Jr. lost 4 spots there, 3 spots there before by not taking tires. Like Mike said, I think he should have come in and got the tires.
A thumbs up from Bobby Labonte.
Thumbs up from his teammate. Rusty Wallace becomes only the 2nd driver to win from the pole this year.
That means the pole winner won Saturday, the pole winner won Sunday here.
Good omen at Dover.
Ryan Newman.
Guarantee Ryan Newman Newman knows how to celebrate. You know, it was about this time last year this group got their season headed in the right direction.
Ryan Newman wasn't even born the last time a Dodge drove into victory lane at Dover Downs.
NASCAR on FX is brought to you by MBNA, by Stacker 2, by Visa, and by Sears Craftsman.
You know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner, I've made some great new friends in racing. Last night, Jeff Hammond took me to a movie.
Guess you didn't take your Stacker 2 today, did you?
But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Wait!
Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 at Fedger Free. Because you never know when you're going to need it.
Who said Kenny can't run fast? So this is the living room, plasma TV, the awesome sound system, toast, the hot tub, the grill. Oh yeah, did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. Visa, if you love NASCAR.
These are my neighbors. They're kind of noisy.
It's everywhere you want to be.
Bill Tendetsky, mechanic, driver, crew chief, relies on himself and his Craftsman tools. Bill may never take a checkered flag at Indianapolis or a victory lap at Darlington, but his tools have. Craftsman tools, available at Sears.
Buy Craftsman tools for your chance to fly around the track in a base vehicle and in the Goodyear blimp. See participating Sears stores for details. Offer ends June 15th.
Excuse me. Hello. Dude, she said she's a vegan. What's a vegan? She got pointy ears.
Some calls can't wait. Get the most whenever minutes from T-Mobile.
Get more.
New Icebreakers Unleashed presents Bingo Night. Unleashed.
D7.
New Icebreakers Unleashed has supercharged flavor crystals to give you super fresh breath. And that just might unleash your wilder side.
FX presents the story of the most intense shootout in LAPD history.
Call 3, officer down. There's nothing we had against them.
44 minutes based on a true story. Premieres tonight at 8, only on FX.
Welcome back to the MBNA Winner's Circle. He grew up in an area known more for its college football than racing, but from South Bend, Indiana, Ryan Newman at a Dodge wins his second race of the year, capturing the victory here at Dover International Speedway. Started on the pole, and after a wild ride over the Monster Mile, comes out on top. Dick Bergman is down there with him. Dick?
And it is a joyous victory lane for sure. How did you do that without power steering for so very long?
Got to have a good race car. That's what it's all about. These guys were awesome. We unloaded awesome, and just got to thank Matt, everybody at Penske Racing. Just happy to be fast.
You okay?
Yeah, just when you win, it takes a little bit of the arm pump out of you, I guess.
Good job. Congratulations. Steve Burns.
Thanks, Dick. With Jeff Gordon, a second-place run. Tough day at the racetrack.
Oh, man, I tell you, we had to fight through a lot of things. We had an awesome race car all day long. Unfortunately, we didn't get the best of pit stalls out there. I kept getting blocked in. I had the leader, Tony, was right behind me, and then Terry Labonte, who had a good day, right in front of me. So I just couldn't win on that. And we finally started getting some clear openings in there and got some track position. And the car was just awesome, and we kept freeing it up all day long. And then we got one set of tires that was just so loose that I couldn't even drive it. And I didn't, know what to do, so we tightened it up, and then that last set was just real tight. Made a run on him in that last restart, but I didn't know what I was going to do even if I got underneath him because it was pushing so bad I probably would have taken both of us out. But real good day for us. DuPont's right up the street. We're real proud of what they do for us, real happy, and happy to bring home a good day for them.
Thanks, Jeff. To Matt.
And Bobby Labonte, another good day, another top 3 finish.
It's a great day for our guys. They did a great job. Everybody back at the shop, everybody on the pit crew, Michael, everybody that works on this car here at the racetrack. We had a decent car in practice. I didn't know exactly which way it'd go. I mean, it kind of could go either way. And we worked on it, got it freer and freer. Then finally got a little too free at the end. But we held on there, and it was pretty decent. And had to give up the lead a little bit there because I got too loose out front. So I wanted somebody to get in front of me. Stayed with them, and I was all right. And then the last pit stop took a little long, and we got out, caution flag, got back to third, so it was a great day for us.
His 5th straight top 5 finish, Steve.
Thanks, Matt. A good run for Johnny Benson, top 5.
We're real proud of that. Beverly and Pontiac guys just work real hard and just we've been just struggling and working our way up. And you know, Texas was another good run that we had. We had a little failure, and you know, this week it was good. We started 30th and come up through. And James and the guys in the pits, they gained a couple, 2-3 spots every time. And I said, man, you keep doing that, I'll get them on the track. You get them here, and that was probably the key. They kept getting me spots in the pits, and was able to work on the guys in front of me.
Thanks, Johnny. Back upstairs.
And a nice day for Robbie Gordon, Terry Labonte. That'll be reflected in the results. And Matt Kenseth didn't hurt his point run any.
I'm going to tell you what, Ryan Newman had a great race car all day long, but you know the difference between who went to victory lane today? It could have been about 3 or 4 inches, which was how much Tony Stewart's right front was hanging over that pit box line.
Yeah, I think Dover, you know, once again has proven it's an exciting place to come and race. White lightning and struck a couple of times today, but still we had a great show. Good race.
9 caution flags. A lot of cars ended the day in the garage. And we move on to Pocono. Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, guys. And after 13 of 36 races, Matt Kenseth 10 straight weeks on top in the points race and his biggest lead of the season.
Right there is exactly what Matt Kenseth needed to do. But hey, let's give Dale Earnhardt Jr. an attaboy. They kind of ride their ship today, stopped some of the bleeding, and were able to hang on to second place.
Jimmy Johnson going for the 3-peat wreck with about 120 miles to go, still 7th in points. But Ryan Newman, who failed to finish 3 of the last 5 races, rallying, driving a smart race to win here Friday, qualifying from Pocono. Now the Busch Series shifts to Nashville, and then on Saturday, Winston Cup practice, and then at 7:30 Eastern from Nashville, the Busch Series, that's on FX. And Sunday, Dale Jarrett won last year. It's racing in Pocono, that vacation resort. Stay tuned for that. For all of us here, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks a lot for watching. In the end, from Dover International Speedway, Ryan Newman coming out on top. The coordinating producer of NASCAR on Fox, Richie Zions. Arnie Kempner, the coordinating director. NASCAR on FX produced by Neil Goldberg. Senior producer is Bill Brown. Executive producers of Fox Sports are Ed Gorin and David Hill. Pam Miller and David Bellat are the pit producers. Thanks for watching NASCAR on FX. In the end, on the concrete was Ryan Newman mashing the monster.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.